Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the China Southern Airlines 2026 New Zealand Cross Country Championships. We are back here at North Hagley in Christchurch. We were here last year under blue skies and frosty ground. Today it is a bit of the opposite. We've had rain overnight, a cold front has come through, and those scenes you can see on screen, they were taken yesterday where it was sunny and perfect conditions. We can tell you now that course is a lot wetter underfoot. My name is Hayden Sherman. I'm joined by Holly Manning in studio. Kia ora, Holly. Great to have you here. Great to have you in the cold of the South Island. But this course is perfect cross-country conditions, really, isn't it? We want fast, we want competitive, but we want a bit of drama. It's not a track race or a road race, right?
Yeah, definitely. I think last year we underestimated this course. It looks flat on screen, but I ran it yesterday. It's actually quite undulating with some of the bunkers. Yep. And then you add in the addition of the mud that we didn't have last year, and it's a perfect cross-country course.
There you can see one of the Masters men athlete struggling up for one of the last times over those hills. So the course is really cool because on screen there you can see it's the rugby field, so you can see the rugby post just to the right, and then we go into a golf course section where you get those little bunker rises and it just sort of undulates over. One of the features of the course that those who did it last year may be watching home this year, we did have a hurdle that was removed earlier in the day. Do you want to tell us what happened with that hurdle situation?
Yeah, so some drama did unfold already this morning in the Masters men's race. We did have the barrier, and it's about 0.7 of a metre high. Yep. But because obviously everybody's running lap after lap, it got quite muddy in the approach, and we had multiple athletes stack it, not to be dramatic, but stack it on the hurdle, including Eric Speakman, which was really unfortunate. And so out of safety, health and safety, it's been decided to remove that barrier.
Yeah, and I think it's fair enough to make that call.
For
sure.
Sure.
You can see it dismantled, and it was a nasty old fall from Eric. He was in the lead of that first lap, and it wasn't like just a clip. It was so slippery that the step preceding the hurdle actually could have meant that he landed on top of the hurdle, crashed into it.
Yeah,
and so,
it was quite dangerous.
It does get a bit dangerous there. So there's some of our Masters 65 plus athletes. We switch from the Masters category. Our first race that we're going to be covering this morning will actually be the under 20. So at 11:30, the under 20 women kick off, and we've got a field of around about 22 athletes in each of the men's and the women's under 20s. There's your start list. These under 20s are usually smaller because it's a small age group, under 20, under 18, so there's only a 2-year window, but it's very high quality for these races.
I really enjoy watching the under 20s because there's quite a gap sometimes between the under 18s, and then a lot of them go off to college and university.
Yeah.
So we sometimes see them come back from the States. We're in the middle of summer right now, so some of them can come and run. And then you also have those individuals who did really well in the under 18, and now they're stepping up, adding some extra distance. So I think this is one of the most exciting races of the day today, actually. I think it's going to be quite hotly contested. We've got Danica Clooney, who's been running really strong. She was first at National Secondary Schools, and we've got multiple World Under 20 cross-country competitors. So Danica Clooney is one of them, Eleanor Pugh from Tauranga. So we've got lots of talented athletes here competing in the under 20s today.
Absolutely, yeah. Some other names that I put some marks next to. Bryn Gordon, who's the under 25,000 metre champion, and last year at the New Zealand Secondary Schools Championship got the silver medal in the cross country. Got Millie McFadzean in there. She was 5th last year in the under 18s on this course, and Sienna Mackley, 2 times silver in the under 20s. Last year in the cross country and the 5,000 metres, took out the New Zealand Secondary Schools cross country title last year. So like you say, this is a really cool age group because you've got those who are either your final year of high school or maybe getting ready to jump on a plane, take up a scholarship in the States, or perhaps just first year uni, that kind of age group. So these are the ones to watch when we're thinking about, Com Games happening at the moment. Who's going to be there in 4 years' time at the next Com Games often is in this race. So the distance races runners of the future are definitely lining up, and those 4 or 5 women that we've mentioned are definitely going to be at the front. But it's really high quality.
Yeah, it is really high
race.
quality, and it's interesting because this course, it's definitely not your track runners course, I don't think. So there are some quite talented track runners in this race, and I don't think this is a rhythm course due to the mud. You've got the barriers, no barrier now, the hills, and some of the bunkers too. So I think that this is definitely a strength runners course. So you often see some maybe kind of underrated runners or some surprise runners come out due to their strength. So you can't really underestimate anybody.
Yeah, and we saw Jono Jackson take out the men's masters category, and Jono Jackson won the New Zealand senior men's cross country back in Auckland in 2016. Really similar track underfoot, really muddy, mostly flat with just a few undulations. So that's the sort of athlete that you can sense making an impact, but also speed is speed, right?
Yeah.
And we saw, was it last year, Hannah Gapes just tore apart the senior women's race, just showing the absolute class. She's not here today, but it's going to be a really, really quality race. Now, coming up later today, so we're going to start with the under-20s women 11:30, then 12:05 we kick into the men's under-20, and then it's the senior men, senior women. So 12:40 for the senior men, 1:30 for the senior women. So set your alarms. I know we're in the middle of like the sport just coming at you left, right, and centre at the moment.
Com Games, World Under-20s coming.
World Champs,
I did hear from one of our physios, Tony Snell, that we've got the World Under-20 team watching, so hopefully they've tuned into the live stream from Oregon. So hello to you guys. Good luck next week. We're all rooting for you.
Absolutely. And I hope some of the Com Games team are up in the middle of the night over there watching. It was a great night last night again for athletics with the 2 pole vaulters. Eliza coming out on top, winning the gold, and Imogen Eris taking out the bronze medal, and Olivia McTaggart just in 4th place. We almost got 3 Kiwis on the podium. How cool would that been?
Yeah, hopefully some of these athletes here today got up early and watched that and got some inspiration, because it's always cool to see Kiwis on the world stage like that. 2 on the podium and 1 in 4th. It's incredible.
Yeah. And it looks similar temperature over in Glasgow to what
chilly.
we've got this morning. If you watch wherever you're watching in the world, like you can see everyone with gloves on, jackets on. There's been a southerly blast come through. Roads are closed in the South Island. There's snow on the Port Hills, and it's been very cold. It was about 2-3 degrees this morning and raining. So
very different conditions to last year. Last year was an absolute stunner. It was chilly still, but I think warmer than today. Not a cloud in the sky. So again, I think for those cross-country runners that really love mud and grit and doing it in the rain, the rain's holding off at the moment, but there are those types of runners that just seem to enjoy the pain. The worse the conditions, the better they run.
And also cool this morning, we started off with the Women's Masters 35 plus. So you've got women out there early morning, they're in their 60s and 70s out in the mud. And
they had to jump the barrier too.
Jumping the barrier, like so inspiring. And you can see there the course, just on the right there, how cut up it already is getting. Expect it to get a lot more cut up as the day goes on. And thoughts go out to our under 12s and under 10s who are going to finish the day doing their 2K lap at 4:30 this afternoon. The other events that will be on today, straight after the senior women, we go into the under 18s, women and men, and then we go basically down an age group from there and concluding in the under 12s and under 10. But really the focus for us this morning with the coverage, the under 20s, which is up next at 11:30, just 4 minutes away. Under 20 men just after 12 o'clock, and then the big one, senior men at 12:40, senior women at 1:30. I really can't wait. And I often talk about the New Zealand cross-country champs as being the most prestigious, and I put this out for debate, the most prestigious endurance race in New Zealand, the most prestigious endurance title that you can win as a New Zealander.
I think so too. I mean, there's quite a few. There's there's New Zealand mountain champs, obviously New Zealand cross country champs, New Zealand road champs. There's the marathon champs, half marathon champs. But I would agree with you. I think cross country, that's where it's at. That's where the glamour is, I think.
And it's the meeting point of your marathon runners, of your mountain runners, your trail runners, your track specialists. They all come together and meet in the middle, which is why this course is so perfect, because it's flat enough for the tracksters to actually think, ooh, okay, this is a bit of me, but also challenging enough for those strength athletes like your Jono Jackson to be reveling in the thought that those whippets out there, not actually just mentioning the Whippets Club, but those thoroughbred racers may find it tricky over the backstage of the course.
Yeah, I think something also important to note is this isn't just an individual race as well. So speaking of the Whippets Club, people most likely won't be running in their club singlets today. They'll be running in their region singlets, and they'll be battling it out for the region team title, which is always quite hotly contested. So that's another kind of exciting race to point out. It's not just the individual results.
Now, all these girls being very wise with their support crew. They've got tracksuits on to the last minute. You can see those who have taken them off. They are freezing cold. Now, that's one of our races from Australia. We've got a couple of internationals here, and Holly, I'm going to give you the challenge because my fingers are too cold to do any Googling, and you've already got your laptop ready to roll. So maybe we could do a little bit of Googling, find out a bit about these international athletes who have joined us. Last year we had the pleasure of being joined by a contingent of Aussies, and it was a nice little feature of the race where it was a Australia versus New Zealand points race to go alongside the New Zealand Championships. This year we've just got a few guests who have come of their own accord to, I guess, enjoy some warmer weather here in Christchurch. You can, now at this stage they're thinking, boy, why did I think that Christchurch at the end of July would be a good idea? But here you are. And it's the 1st of August, isn't it? We're already into August, but yeah,
depths of winter.
Very cold conditions here in Christchurch. But ask anyone who enjoys cross country, this is part of the joy of it. It's mud, it's the longest spikes on your shoes you can possibly find. And we are just moments away from the start line. You can see getting their watches dialed into the GPSs, and just a couple of athletes on each team's starting pen.
Yeah, so I've done a bit of research, and we've got number 256 there is Madison King from Australia. She's run a 4:18 1500, but she's also run a 30:14 on the road, Hayden. So she's quite versatile.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a really good time for an 18-year-old. So the race has begun. You'll see them kind of filtering down and narrowing to turn that first corner. So it's a bit of a straightaway in the start, and then it does get quite twisty, turny. So these athletes will have to maybe look at taking the tightest line around some of those corners.
Yeah, and interesting, there's only 17 athletes have started, and I want to say that means there's been a couple of late scratching. See there, just an Auckland athlete just pulling over to the side. So realising that it's not her day, potentially was just nursing a little niggle and decided, no, I'm going to make a call early, so that might be a wise move there. So 5 athletes initially just starting to make a bit of a separation. So this is great, great coverage. We get to really see how they go through this course. So this is the rugby field section of the course. You can see just going on the outside of the rugby field, and then to the top of your screen there, you can see there is the golf course. So we can see the Cantabrian Bryn Gordon has moved to the front. So Bryn Gordon at the front. Sienna Mickley wearing 278, the colours of Southland. She's just on her shoulder. So starting to thin out, early days. And we've got Danica Clooney. So all of the favourites that we expected to be at the front of that group, plus a couple of Aussies right there.
I think we're going to see these athletes stick together for most of the race. I don't think it's going to spread out like we saw in the senior women's race last year with Hannah Gates taking it. I think especially with the conditions today, it's not terribly windy, but I don't see any point of really taking it out at the moment. You know, you might as well stick in that pack, work off each other. As I said, some of this is a teams race too, so some of these athletes might want to stick with some of their teammates as they run through the bunker there.
First of the bunkers. Great little addition. The course designers have done a great job to find every little undulation that exists in Hagley Park and include it. And you can see they're really short, sharp, just rhythm breakers more than anything.
Go, Asher, good work.
And conditions underfoot, not looking too bad on the golf course section. Potentially the rugby section, not as much drainage as the golf course there as they go over those little rises. So those 5 athletes starting to make those bungee cords stretch early days, but we're only coming up to a kilometre now. So essentially there's 2 loops. So you've got the one loop, which is almost a full loop around the rugby fields, and then a big long straight along the golf course, making up most of the golf course loop. And those 2 loops come together, make a kind of wonky figure of 8. And it's 2 laps, 2K per lap, and they're going to complete 3 laps to make up the 6 kilometre race for the under-20s.
Yeah.
The under-20 boys do 8 kilometres.
I think for some of these girls, it might be the first time they've run a 6K race. Often in under-20s, they're running 4K to 5K. So to step up, particularly if for some of these athletes, it's their first time in under-20, 6K can feel quite grueling. So they're going to want to pace themselves, I think, in this at least the first 2 laps. So it'll be interesting to see what time they go through in there, because it does look like on screen that they are moving quite well. So yeah, we'll give you that 2K split when they get there.
So it's great to have your company here of the coverage of the China Southern Airlines 2026 New Zealand cross-country champs. Temperature trackside is probably about 5 or 6 degrees. It's been raining all night. The track is wet underfoot. And the gloves are on. It is chilly conditions, but the Masters runners have been out there this morning and they've warmed up the track nicely for us. They made it a little bit more slippery than it was early on, a little bit more mud on the track. But we are underway here at the 2026 New Zealand Cross Country Champs. A small but really, really quality field. Most of these athletes will be heading off to US scholarship very soon. Some of these athletes still at high school. But we've got some of the favourites right up there with Bryn Gordon, the under-20 5,000 metre champion.
Yeah, Bryn's looking really strong there.
Yeah, not afraid to set the pace at the front.
Yeah, we've got number 472. That's Isabella Valenotti from Australia.
She's got a string of 3 ladies closely behind her.
So those 4 women, Sienna Mackley is in there as well. And it's not too far back. Now that is the position of the previous hurdle, but you can see how muddy it is. And that's why they had to get rid of it. It just became a safety factor. Just too much surface water, and when you can't get grip before the hurdle, it really leads into some dicey situations, which we saw in the Masters races. So the call was made to remove it. Unless we get some sun on the course to dry it out, we won't have a hurdle on the course today.
It is a shame because it was quite fun last year trying to figure out who was going to jump it and who was going to go around it. So there was the option to go around it. And then yesterday I ran the course and I was watching some of the athletes practice. And they were, you could see them trying to figure out, would it be worth it if I went around it? So sad to lose that element, but definitely better in the interest of everyone's health and safety that we don't have people stacking it on that hurdle for sure.
Absolutely.
So Isabella Valenotti, who's in about 3rd place there, second place, sorry. She's run a 16:52 5K on the road. She's also run a 9:33 3K and a 16:42 5K. So she's a very strong athlete there. It's great to have the Aussies come over. I think it adds a different dimension, another element to the race.
Yeah, a bit of a surprise factor as well.
Yeah.
Because you don't know of them as well.
For sure.
And so, yeah, for someone like Danica Clooney, who's out in the lead and has Isabella just on her shoulder, really good chance to be pushed by someone that you may not have seen in your school years growing up. Now, here they come through the start-finish area, 6:56. So that's around about 3 minutes 20-something per K. Which is moving on this course.
Yeah, it really is. As I said, it's hard to get rhythm on this course because of the turns, the bunkers and the hills. It's not a track runner's course, and it's certainly not fast. I think, we made the mistake last year on the live stream thinking that it was going to be quite quick because on screen it doesn't look like it'd be that tough, but it is actually quite hilly. And then, the turns, I think it's easy to underestimate them on screen.
A couple of tight turns, and when it's wet, it just makes it extra dicey. But, you can see
that's Bryn Gordon.
Yeah, Bryn Gordon, so apologies, I said Danica. But she's just in that next pack. So Bryn Gordon at the front, and hometown girl, she is in the lead, and just closely followed by Isabella Velinotti.
And that's Danica Clooney there in third. So they'll really want to lock in on those girls in first and second and not make that gap too big, because it's really hard in a cross-country course once you let that gap grow too big. Although you never know what's going to happen. Like I said, there's still quite a lot of distance to go, and for some of these girls who haven't even run a 6K before, you really don't want to underestimate that extra K or extra couple of K.
Yeah, this is great from Bryn Gordon. She's the 5,000 metre under-20s national champion, and using that strength from the track that she's got. She came second place in the New Zealand secondary schools last year, and was fourth in this event last year. So she'd love a medal, and would love that to be gold, I'm sure.
She also ran World Under-20 cross-country, so she does have a lot of cross-country experience, and I feel like you can see that there from her, just taking it out with confidence. You know, you can tell she's done this before.
Yeah, I love those little short, sharp hills. You can make that decision to power up them, or do you try and conserve a little energy?
Yeah, and roll down the backside of them.
So through the sand, Bryn Gordon goes. Isabella Velinotti just in behind from Australia. So the Aussies will get medals if they end up in the top three, but they won't affect the standings of the Kiwis' medals. So there's kind of races within races. So those girls behind Bryn, the Kiwi girls, will hopefully know that there's a couple of Aussies in the mix, and there's a couple more.
Yeah, it's great to have more athletes in this race because you really don't want to be out on your own. So I think, the more Aussies that are over here, the definitely more exciting it is. And it's great practice for them too. With their national champs coming up in a few weeks, I think, obviously the more practice you can get, the better.
Absolutely. We always send a bunch over either to their schools or their national cross-country, so it's great when they come this way. I talked to a few Aussies last year, and they were pairing it up with a little trip to Queenstown afterwards,
awesome.
and making a real winter getaway of it. Maybe a couple of days skiing over there. So it's a good option for a getaway. Anyone over in Australia wants to think about it for next year, line it up. We'd love to see you. But Bryn Gordon continues to just pull away slightly. When we think back to this stage one lap ago, it was 5 runners all together. Now it's single file, and those gaps are growing and growing. Isabella Velinotti doing a good job to stay in contact, but you can see that gap back to second and back to third is definitely growing. And then it's, ones and twos, and then a little bit of a group around about 7th place.
Yeah, still one full lap to go after this as well. So a lot can change in that last lap.
So going over the bunker again. And cool little addition. So not only are your feet going to be wet, they're going to be full of sand and mud. So contending with everything. We almost had snow this morning, so we could have had that as well to add into the mix. But this is brilliant running from Bryn Gordon.
Yeah, so they're coming down one of those last turns before you get to the lap where the barrier would have been, but if you've just tuned in, the barrier has now been removed due to health and safety. The call was made after watching some of the first few Masters races that it was too dangerous to have that barrier there, so they will not be going over the barrier today, but I'm sure there'll be some people who are quite relieved by that, but there'll also be some athletes, particularly the steeplechasers, who I'm sure are quite looking forward to jumping over that barrier. So it would have been around about here where that barrier was.
So the crowd building up, there's the barrier there that Holly Manning's speaking of. And yeah, if you search Instagram, I'm sure the video's getting out at some point soon of Eric Speakman clanging into the barrier on the first lap of the Masters race, and it really affected the result as well. He was nudged back about 150 metres off the lead and managed to pick up a few places, but just couldn't pull his way back towards the front of the race. Still picked up third place though. But look at this, beautiful scenes here. Our team doing a great job with the drone in the sky, capturing these beautiful scenes at North Hagley. It looked stunning last year, and we thought, boy, oh boy, let's come back. And great that we've got a variety of conditions. We had the frosty, clear start last year. This year, complete opposite.
Yeah, it does look like the sky is kind of clearing up, though. You can see a little bit of blue sky, so I think there'll be some runners who are quite relieved about that the rain is starting to ease, which we were hoping for, but I don't think it's going to warm up much more than it is now. It's about 9 degrees, so chilly, but I guess it could be worse, couldn't it, Hayden?
It could totally be worse.
Yeah, so there goes Bryn Gordon. She's local, so I wonder if she's been out here on the course practicing. I'm sure she runs around Hagley Park. So for those of you who are watching from overseas or haven't been to Christchurch before, we are in North Hagley, which is a big park in Christchurch, and there's amazing running around the outside of this park, all on the concrete. We're in the centre of it in the grass, so I did hear that last year that there were some athletes training on the grass, so yeah, they'll be quite used to this, I think, and you can see that there with Bryn Gordon going through for her last lap in around 14 minutes. So we're looking at 7 minutes per 2K, so about 3:30s K. So that's, yeah, definitely moving with this mud, like we've mentioned, not a rhythm course, not a fast course. It is surprising how much wind it takes out of your sails going through those bunkers in the sand and going up those mounds. So these runners are looking really good.
Yeah, great work. And so a slight slowdown for that lap as we saw Danica Clooney come through. So very slightly, so that was a 7:07 there for Bryn Gordon. The first lap was 6:56. So it shows that first lap really just wore out the pack a little. And I might try and grab Eric Speakman, who's just walking past, and grab him for a couple of words. Eric, do you want to come on over? I'll get you on the mic, Eric. Sorry to pull you in. But we've got just walking past the studio, so I had to bring Eric Speakman in. You're the 1500 metre national champion from back in 2017, out here in the Masters cross country. How was the track out there, first of all, before we get to your incident with the hurdle?
Yeah, underfoot conditions are rather slippery. Golf course side of the course is really nice, actually. You can move well, but when you get back up here on the rugby fields, there's not much use in putting down any power. You just kind of got to maintain your stride and use a bit of momentum to get through.
Yeah, for sure. Now, the hurdle, we're sort of all watching it here, and I kind of hyped it up. So everyone, look, it's the first hurdle coming up. What was it? Was it the slipperiness before you got to the hurdle? What do you think happened there? And how's the body? Have you hurt yourself?
Yeah, well, I'm obviously well known for my hurdling technique after fracturing my foot in a steeplechase back in the day coming back. So, I just, cross country, you just got to decide to trust your footing and that your foot will stop at some point. And it didn't. My foot just kept sliding and sliding and sliding, and the one in the air got over the hurdle and the other one didn't until my knee hit the hurdle and went over the rest of it. So the knee, it seems okay at the moment. It was more getting the shoe back on that was the problem.
Right, so the shoe fully came off.
Nice and tightly tied that I couldn't actually slip my heel back in and had to sit there and untie the shoe and get the shoe in and tie it back up because I figured, there's still good 6 and a bit K to go kind of thing from there. So it wasn't worth trying to run with half a shoe on. Maybe if it was the last lap, I might have tried to do that and go in socks at the finish line.
Epic. Well, you still managed to make inroads into the front of the race and got third place. So it was a valiant effort nonetheless. Now, if you were coaching one of these women out there in the under 20s last lap, now what would you be yelling to them? Any tips for tackling this last lap?
Yeah, I think I can see them heading down that backside on the golf course there, and it looks like they're doing the right thing. The pace is picked up over there, and I think that's where you've got to make your move. Once you get onto the slippery stuff, you throw down any power, you're actually kind of going nowhere. You're just slipping more. So I think, that's the place to make the moves is down that backside on the golf course.
Awesome. Oh, thanks, Eric, for stopping by. And we're going to see you in a relay later today?
No relay for me, unfortunately. I'll just be, heading back home after the races. So.
Yeah, nice. Well, enjoy the day. It looks like the sun's coming out again, so it's going to be a great day of cross-country.
Yeah, beautiful. Thanks, mate.
Awesome. Oh, great stuff. Thanks, Eric.
Thanks, Eric.
Good stuff, man.
Great to have the insight there of someone who's run on the course this morning, because conditions today are very not similar to last year or... Sorry about that.
Sorry, we got some interference there, but we are back and we're in the closing stages here. And look at this from Bryn Gordon, the hometown hero. She's out through the last sand bunker, and Isabella Valenotti is about, it was about 10 seconds that I got it at the bell. I think it's grown since then. I want to say that's looking like about 15 seconds. But Isabella showing great form. Looks like she's driving well.
Yeah, she does. Bryn Gordon looks so strong. She's absolutely decimated this field and just really executed this with confidence. So I think she'll be really happy about this.
Really, really good. So Bryn Gordon, she's got the 5,000 metre under 20 title. She's looking to add the under 20s New Zealand cross country title to that. She got 4th in this event last year, just nudged outside of the medals, and here she is in the front on her home turf. I'm sure there's heaps of supporters, family members, friends cheering her along right now.
Yeah, definitely. I think a lot of people will be very proud of her, just executing it with confidence. She's coming down here to what would have been the barrier location, so I'm sure she's happy about that, not having to jump over that, because it is really hard when you're getting tired and you've got to lift your legs up over something. So yeah, these athletes will be stoked.
You can see how hard she's working, a little bit of shoulders rocking side to side, but that's just a sign of how much she wants this national title. Bryn Gordon, she's 18 years of age. Will have another year still in this age category. She got 4th last year. She's coming up to the final bend. I don't know if she can be caught from here. She's got about a 10, 12 second lead of Isabella Valenotti out of Australia. She's going to have the finish line all to herself here. Bryn Gordon coming into the home straight.
Here we go, Bryn Gordon.
Bryn looks exceptional, and I know that she's actually committed to going over to the States next year, so or actually that'll be this year, so she'll be off
in a few
heading
weeks
there soon to Elon, so it'll be interesting to see if she comes back next year to try and defend this title. So I'm sure she'll be very confident going into university and another cross-country season over there, so good on her.
Absolutely, and what a sign-off this is for Bryn Gordon here at the Southern China Airlines 2026 New Zealand cross-country champs. It's Bryn Gordon, the local girl from Canterbury. She's going to take the under-20s. An absolutely gutsy win. There were 5 of them all together, and then they got blown apart, and she owns that finish line all by herself. And here comes the Australian Isabella Valenotti. She'll take second. Brilliant run from the Aussie. 6 kilometres in just a tick over 21 minutes.
Yeah, through the mud. It's very impressive.
And it's been a good battle for third place. This will be second to the Kiwi. Sienna Mackley, she's going to take it. Sienna Mackley, the New Zealand Secondary Schools champion last year. She picks up silver in the under-20s.
And there's Danica Clooney as well from Auckland.
And that rounds out the medals for the Kiwis.
With 2 Australian competitors.
Olivia O'Kelly out of Australia coming across the line now. So our 2 Aussies there. So we've had 3 Kiwis cross the line. So this will be 4th place of the Kiwis.
There's Eleanor Pugh from Tauranga crossing the line.
So she'll just finish in that 4th position that Bryn Gordon finished in last year. And you can see it's slippery even once you get to the finish line. It's a bit brutal to have mud puddles right there at the finish line. They're finishing essentially right under the rugby posts of the rugby field. That's Millie McFadzean, who was prominent early stages. So she'll finish inside the top 6 Kiwis, I believe.
And there's Annabelle Richardson from Auckland. It's crossing the finish line now, about 22:56.
So brilliant racing here from the first race that we've covered this morning, and it's great to have your company here. So be sure to hit that share button on your YouTube player and share it around with your friends and family. Many people may not know this has been live streamed. Given all the sport that's on at the moment, it's hard to put your head up amongst all the noise.
A lot to keep track of at the moment.
We've had Games, we've had the FIFA World Cup, we've had the Tour de France, we've had amazing rugby going on. We've got the under-20 World Champs coming up very soon. But right here at North Hagley, we have the New Zealand cross-country champs presented by China Southern Airlines.
That was Alaska Ontoya from Tasman, just crossing the line there.
And great to have ASB on board supporting athletics.
Here we go, another
The sun's coming out.
Yeah.
Isn't it? It's beautiful now.
215.
Let's hope the sun stays out.
That's Amelia Hitchcock.
So here comes Amelia Henstock up to the finish line, going past the
Canterbury
Douglas
athlete.
Pharmaceutical banners, up to the ASB ones, and then once you hit those China Southern Airlines banners, that's your finish line, finishing under the HITS banner, where it's probably as muddy as it gets in the entire course. We saw some of the Masters men's runners cross the finish line and then slip straight onto their backside as they try to hit the brakes.
There's Bren Gordon just congratulating some of the other runners. Deacon Clooney there from Auckland. It's great to see the camaraderie between regions. These girls would have raced a lot together and competing over at World Cross Country as well. They've been on some overseas trips together. So, yeah, the New Zealand running community is quite small. So you've got to be friends as well as enemies with your competitors sometimes.
You do. And, you know, in the Masters race just before, we had Phil Costley, 6-time New Zealand cross-country champion, racing in the Masters division. And you kind of think, like, some of those guys he was racing against, he would have been racing in the under-20s and the under-18s, under-16s, right up. You follow these guys or these women that you race against right from the teenage years right up into your Masters grade. So, you know, these women on screen, I wonder in 30, 40 years they'll be out here running in the early stages. And, yeah, that camaraderie, that friendly competition that they have will be lifelong for many of these athletes. So really cool. Now, what can these athletes expect who are heading over to college? How does the sort of season unravel for the college season? Because
so they go over round about now actually, so August, mid-August, and they'll jump straight into a cross-country season. So cross-country can be quite grueling. You'll start out probably with some little home meets, maybe weekend after weekend, and then you'll head to some of the bigger deal cross-country races. You've got likes of Lehigh, Beantown, all on the east coast. Those are really competitive races. You've got hundreds of athletes in those races, so it'll be quite different to some of these New Zealand races.
You go from 17 people on the start line to 300, 400.
Yeah, it's quite an insane feeling running with that many people, and you can feel everybody breathing down your neck.
And how fast is that opening straight?
Oh, insanely fast, because a lot of them narrow out really quickly.
Yes,
so, unlike here today where you've got a big, long straight before you kind of get into the narrows, some of them narrow out very quickly, and you can just get shot out the back if you're not ahead early enough.
Yeah.
So, I think for some of these girls who don't have that experience internationally racing, going over to the States and doing that will be a bit of a shock, but there's so many races that you get used to it by the time you get to your conference championships, then your regional championships, and then hopefully qualify for your national champs. So,
awesome.
Cross country is very exciting over in America, but it's quite different to here. There's a lot less mud. I'd say that's more like golf course kind of racing for a lot of them, not to generalise.
Manicured courses.
I said this last year, and I don't want to offend anyone in the States, but they are well manicured compared to some of these
Better
courses.
than some of our tracks.
Our
all-weather tracks. Yeah, love it. So it's great to have your company, ladies and gentlemen, here at the China Southern Airlines 2026 New Zealand cross-country champs. We're in the midst of the Com Games happening over in Glasgow, where we had a wonderful night there with Eliza McCartney taking out the gold in the pole vault, along, of course, with Imogen Eris taking out the bronze, and Olivia McTaggart not too far behind in fourth place. And, of course, earlier in the week, one of the highlights in New Zealand athletics history, Zoe Hobbs taking out that 100-metre title. That one was really special amongst everything else that's been happening by the Kiwis in Glasgow. That was a special one. We pride ourselves on being good runners in New Zealand, but we haven't produced many sprinters at that top quality, top pointy end of the field. And to have Zoe tick that one off, that's going to give our track athletes heaps of confidence, hey?
Yeah, I think so. 100 metres, always the most competitive event of any track race or any track meet. So to have Zoe Hobbs come out with a Commonwealth gold is just exceptional, and I think, would have inspired any athlete, no matter what distance they're running, but especially those sprinters. I think that, she said in her post-race interview, a few people had said, don't do the 100, it's such a hard event, it's so competitive, and there she is winning a Commonwealth gold. If that's not inspiring, I don't know what it is, to be honest.
Yeah, absolutely. So inspiring. And, you've always got to remember, Commonwealth Games, each event isn't created equally because there's countries that dominate certain events, and the 100 metres is one of those ones that's very strong at the Com Games. You're basically only taking America out of the equation in terms of top 10 countries in the 100 metres, and so you've still got 9 of the top 10 nations in the world in terms of 100-metre sprinters. So for Zoe to rise to the top of that pack is just so inspiring. So well done, Zoe.
Second as well. That's she's a very talented athlete. Tori Lewis in third. So just absolutely exceptional.
Yep. So well done to Zoe, and our focus returns to the 8K, the mud of North Hagley. Next up, we're 5 minutes away now from the men's under 20. And Holly, I wonder if I send you on a little mission to try and track down Bryn.
Yeah.
Should we do that?
Yep.
Get a little interview, even if we get it once the boys have started. But let's track her down. It'd be great to get her thoughts, being the first race that we've covered for the morning. So I'll send you off with your microphone on a little mission to try and find her. But ladies and gentlemen, it's great to have your company. And once again, we've got lots to come with this live stream. So be sure to hit that share button. Send it out to your friends and family who will be wanting to tune into this and catch the coverage. Next up, 12:05 is the under 20s men. And then we have the senior men kicking off at 12:30, and then it's the senior women at 1:30. So 12:40, sorry, for the senior men. So the New Zealand cross-country champs form a really...
So this, just turn this down. It's hitting the back.
Yeah. Is it when it cuts out? Yeah.
I think it's.
So, ladies and gentlemen, it's good to have your company here at the 2026 China Southern Airlines New Zealand Cross Country Championships here at North Hagley. The boys are lining up here for the under-20s. This is 8 kilometres. It's 4 laps of a 2K course. It's mostly flat, a couple of little undulations over bunkers at the golf course section, a couple of runs through the bunkers, so they do take on some sand. There's a couple of little stream crossings, there's plenty of mud, and there is the field in front of you. It's a good strong field, around about 25 athletes in this field. And so 8,000 metres, a couple of key names to keep an eye out for. We have Corbin Holmes in there, who was the winner of the New Zealand Secondary Schools Cross Country Championship. Justin Cunningham, he was first in the under-18s last year here at North Hagley. And then Caleb Wagner, he's a key man to watch out for, the triathlete. Well, does he call himself a triathlete? He's the world champion duathlete. He is an absolutely classy runner. So he's one of those triathletes who can equally call himself as good a runner as he is a triathlete. There he is, number 24, out of Auckland. So a field of 28. Cooper Whiteman, local boy, he could be another name to look out for. So again, a really classy field here. Desmond Reddy, he's the under-20s 5,000 metre gold medalist. So some great names lining up as they are in their region starting pen, and we are away here at the China Southern Airlines 2026 New Zealand Cross Country Champs. This is the men's under 20, 28 athletes lining up and heading off into the North Hagley sunshine. We didn't have much sunshine earlier today. We were met by a cold southerly bringing sideways rain and about 3 degrees on the track. It has warmed up considerably since then. The wind has died down. The rain has completely disappeared, and we've actually got beautiful cross-country conditions. Now, what that rain means, though, is we've got a fair amount of moisture on the track. It's slippery, particularly in the rugby field portion of the track. So there's essentially 2 almost complete loops that make up the 2-kilometre course. So the first loop that they're on at the moment is the rugby field section. That is more muddy. When you get out onto the golf course, it's more flat underfoot, but you do have the little bunkers, the little rises and falls. But right to the front, look at this, some good purposeful running at the front of the race here. Guys looking left and right, wondering who's going to take the lead. Maybe getting a little tactical early stages.
So I'm back. I couldn't
Welcome.
find Bryn, but we've got someone tasked going to find her, and then we will do a post-race interview with her if she can be located. Yeah.
Awesome. Now, I'll give you another job then. Okay. We've got a couple more Aussies in this race. We saw Braden Noonan, number 327. He's right at the front. And so we'll do a little bit of research and find out a bit more about Braden, who's at the front of the course at the moment. But here you can see they've entered the golf course section of the course. And you can see we do a little sideways diversion into the bunker, get a little bit of sand. And there's just little rises, little rhythm breakers throughout this part of the course that make it interesting. There you can see that rhythm breaker, sharp descent.
Yeah, so Braden Noonan, he's run a 10K on the road in 29:47. That was very recently, 4th of July 2026. And then he's also run a 15:14 5K, also in 2026, so he's in good form.
Classy runner,
Yeah.
So, a few little gaps forming. There's a group of 6 right at the front there. But early days, it's just starting to stretch out a little bit. There's David Gordon of Olympic. That's towards the rear of the race, but those 6 athletes at the front starting to press on this section of the course. The Eric Speakman, who finished 3rd in the Masters race, we had him on earlier in the show, just talking about how this is a good part of the course to actually get the wheels moving. It's drier underfoot, and so you can get a bit more purchase from those spikes. And one of the things, so if you haven't run cross country before, you wear spikes that are similar to what you'd wear on the track, but they're a lot longer, the spikes.
Yeah, I think today most people should be in 12 mil spikes. There might be some 9s, but 6s will just be way too short.
Oh, yeah.
So I feel for you if you're out there in 6 mil spikes today.
The other great tip that my coach taught me, Steve Plowman, shout out, when I was starting out, he said, get some cooking oil spray it on the bottom of your shoes before they touch mud, and that'll help for the mud to just drop off so it doesn't cake under your spikes. So, because sometimes you end up with this, if you've got 12 mil spikes, a 12 mil cake of mud under your shoe.
Yeah, I haven't heard that before, but something I learned from my coach over in the States was with cooking oil, but putting it all over your body to stop the cold kind of getting into your skin. I honestly don't know if it worked, but...
Just cooking oil everywhere.
Yeah, why not?
Maybe that was Eric Speakman's issue with the hurdle, too much cooking oil.
Yeah, maybe.
So look at that group up the front. It's about 6 or 7 guys at the front, and you can see there a couple of internationals at the front there as well. So early stages, 7 athletes at the front, pressing the pace early on and running really, really well. So now they've exited the golf course section. Now they're onto the rugby fields. This is where it gets muddier again, and that's where the hurdle was. That's where we saw there'll be an imprint of Eric Speakman's body somewhere on the ground there. So 7 athletes starting to move clear of the rest of the pack. And then it's a group of 5 and then another group of 5. So a few little spaces starting to form up. And we'll confirm who these names are out there, but I'm sure we've got some of the favourites in that first group. The likes of Caleb Wagner, Corbin Holmes, Justin Cunningham, Desmond Reddy. Got some really classy runners. As we talked about earlier, this under-20s race is always high quality, smaller fields because it's just a 2-year age group, and we lose a lot of athletes overseas on scholarship during this age group. So it's a real launch pad for those who are either just finishing up their high school years or have just finished and getting ready to move into the next stage of their life. But always a great race, this under-20s race. So at the front, that's Harrison Boyne, one of our Aussie athletes. He's in the lead and leading this arrowhead of 7 athletes. So they go through. So Bede Colborne is right in that pack as well. And they've gone through in about 6:20 for that first lap. So they're flying along. 3 minutes 10, 3 minutes 15 per kilometre. And with conditions like that underfoot, shows how hard these guys are working.
Yeah, definitely. We're still working on getting that interview with Bryn. We've located Bryn and now we're trying to locate the cameraman. But just while we're waiting for that, I just wanted to mention Caleb Wagner, who's running up there. So he's a triathlete, and I do think sometimes these triathletes, we don't necessarily talk about some of their amazing results. So he's actually the under-19 World Duathlon champion, which is super impressive. He's currently ranked number 1 under-19 junior men triathlon in the Triathlon World Rankings. And he's actually coming up to the World Under-19 Triathlon Champs in September, so he's really focusing on that. So,
and this is the Auckland singlet you can see in the middle of your screen there.
Yeah, so in about 5th place. So it's a great training session for him, I think. Obviously, the run is the last part of the triathlon, so maybe he'll be feeling quite fresh now, not having a bike and a swim under his legs. So, yeah, definitely don't count out Caleb Wagner. Being a triathlete makes you very, very strong.
Oh, great scenes here in the sunshine in Canterbury. So 2 Aussies in this pack. So that pack of 7 is slowly becoming 5, but those 2 trying to hang on to this impressive pace led by our Aussie guest there at the front. That was Harrison Boyd at the front. And reminder, this is an 8-kilometre race, so a lot to play out still. Oh, this is great running here from Harrison Boyd. He's really come here with an intent to play ball, not mucking around. You can see how it's become single file. Remember, it was just a minute ago that we were talking about a pack of 7 at the front. That's not the lead pack that you can see on screen there. That's more mid-pack. And again, we're going back to the middle of the race here. So picking up some of those athletes who will be hoping for a top 10 finish.
Yeah, so Harrison Boyd, exceptional runner. He's run 30 flat 10K on the road very recently, 26th of July. And he's also run a 3:58 1500 and a 14:42 5K. So he's quick.
Great stuff. And there's the front of the race. So that pack of 7, you can see how they've been blasted apart from that strong pace from Harrison Boyd of Australia. And it's just 3 running with him now. And then it's single file, the odd 2 back behind them. But this lap has really thrown a cat amongst the pigeons here. An Aussie amongst the Kiwis.
Yeah, so I was just quickly chatting to Bryn before, and she said it's really muddy out there. I don't think that's a surprise to anybody to hear, but I think it could be underestimated on the live stream how muddy it actually is. And after a few more laps on this course, it's only going to get muddier, which definitely adds another element of excitement to this race because you're going to have to really watch your footing. She was telling me she was in 12mm spikes, and she still felt like she wasn't even in any spikes because of how muddy it is. So that's Caleb Wagner there in third, the triathlete that I mentioned. So, he's looking really strong. I was talking to his dad before, and he said that he's aware that he needs to run under 15 minutes for 5K off the bike to be in the mix for some of his world champs racing that he's got coming up in the next few months. So, again, really good workout for him here.
So the top 3, Caleb Wagner, as you mentioned, Corbin Holmes, and then Harrison Boyd, our Australian guest. The other Australian is just tucked in there as well, Braden Noonan. He's wearing that blue singlet, just sitting there in 4th, trying to keep in contact with that top 3. But the pace that Harrison Boyd is bringing to the front of this race is really testing the boys behind them. And now they're onto that muddier section. coming through here.
Yeah, and Corbyn's no stranger to winning. I'm sure you've mentioned that he won National Secondary Schools this year. He also competed at the World Cross Country Champs over in Florida this last year, and he was first in the under-18s in 2025 as well. So he's won a few gold medals, and he'll be really looking to win the gold medal today.
And obviously the New Zealand Secondary Schools was very wet at Trentham Memorial Park. Probably similar conditions underfoot to what they have here, and he won on this course last year. So conditions probably favouring Corbyn Holmes at this stage. But Caleb Wagner, I remember when he won the New Zealand Secondary Schools cross-country title and beat Sam Ruth. And that was just last year when Sam Ruth was in great fitness. So if a triathlete can get one better over Sam Ruth, you know he's a quality runner.
Yeah, he just knows how to work. Like I've seen him training on the grass, and he's just such a hard worker, and that's what you have to do to be a good cross-country runner. You have to know how to grit it out and work through that pain. Here they are coming through, and around about 12:40 with one more lap to go.
So I want to say that pace just increased ever so slightly, and given that most races start off a little bit quicker for the first lap, I think the pace that Harrison Boyne is setting is just really testing these boys, and he's putting them through a true race here. It's not going to be a kicker's race. This is going to be a battle of attrition as we enter the second half of this race.
Sorry, I got excited there, didn't I? There's 2 more laps to go.
Yeah.
I miscalculated.
Yeah. And look at that tight turn. That's a really interesting tight turn. And as we go towards the senior races where there'll be more people hitting that tight turn, you mentioned it before, how often in the States you'll have this straightaway at the start and then it hits a condensed first turn. Maybe we'll see that become a bit of a factor, particularly in the senior men's that has a big field.
Yeah, I think the bigger the field, the more kind of tactical it becomes, right? Particularly with the narrowing out. And then the corners, you really want to fight for the tightest line around the corner, because it can actually add quite a bit of distance, particularly with a course like this that is quite windy. A lot of switchbacks.
Now, shout out to Harrison Boyne's family. Wherever you are in Australia, make sure you hit that share button and get his friends and family watching this thing, because this boy is running out of his skin, absolutely loving the intent that Harrison Boyne has brought to New Zealand on his trip over the Tasman Sea. Leading these two boys, Caleb Wagner, world duathlon champion for his age group, and Corbyn Holmes right there with him. So classy runners, and Harrison Boyne has just jumped off the plane and said, catch me if you can. I'm going to take this one from the front. Stick with me, but you will need to bleed out there on this course. So they go into this golf course section for the second to last time now. And loving seeing the stickability from Braden Noonan there in fourth. He's not giving up. So these three closely followed by Braden Noonan out of Australia. So when we talk about the race out there on the course, this is your top 4, but it's only the top 2 Kiwis. And look at that from Braden. He has inched his way up. And I wonder if there's been a little backing off the gas. Now with Harrison Boyne prepared to just sit back in that pack. Maybe he's saying, well, I've worked hard for 2 laps. Time for you guys to do some of the work. And maybe just keep some charge in that battery, ready for a big sprint to the finish line. Now shortly we'll be jumping over to Bryn Gordon, the winner of the women's under-20s. But our front 3 has become a front pack of 4. And so as I mentioned about Harrison Boyne's family and friends, getting eyeballs on this one, Braden Noonan from ACT. Shout out to the Noonan family. Make sure you guys share this link with your friends and family, club mates, schoolmates. because we could well see him taking out the win. Now we're going to cross over to an interview with our winner in the under-20s with Bryn Gordon.
Kia ora, I am here with Bryn Gordon, who is the China Southern Airlines New Zealand National Cross Country Champion in the under-20 category. Bryn, take us through that race. You looked exceptional. I'd love to hear what was going through your mind as you were grueling it out on that tough cross country course today.
Yeah, it was a really tough race. The conditions are pretty brutal out there. It was really, really muddy and not a fast course by any means, but it was so much fun and good quality field. It was really tough to keep up the pace through every single lap, but I was just thinking one foot in front of the other, just get to the finish line. So
yeah, definitely, we could see you doing that. It was awesome to have the Australian Isabella Valenotti there behind you. I hear that you're off to the States in a few weeks, so good to have kind of that international competition. Talk us through where you're going and what your plans are for the next few months.
Yeah, so I'm off to Elon University in North Carolina, so I'm heading in just over 2 weeks from now, and yeah, I'm super excited. It's going to be really fun to have a big team and a big group of girls to run with, but I'm going to miss this group here. We've been running together for over 7 years, so it's going to be, we're all moving on to another chapter now, but yeah, it'll be good.
Yeah, I saw you at the end there giving some of the other girls a big hug from different regions, so it's great that you've got that camaraderie out there. Can you just give us any more advice for anyone else who's running today, who may be watching the live stream thinking, what kind of tactics can I use for my race with the mud? I know we were talking about spikes before. What spikes were you wearing, and what tips can you bring?
Definitely just try to pick a good line. If you have a chance to jog the course and see what it's like out there, it's really muddy, and where the longest spikes you've got, the corners are tighter than you think, so yeah.
Awesome, thanks very much, Bryn. Well done again. Bryn is the champion of the under-20 race for the New Zealand National Cross Country Championships.
All right, so that top four leading the way. We're coming up towards the close of this third lap. Remember, it's 8 kilometres they need to run. And here they come down towards the finishing chute for the second to last time. The next time they see those sponsor banners, it will be to win a national title. 2 Kiwis, 2 Aussies. And back to the front of that race is Harrison Boyne, pressing the pace once again. They go through in 19:14. So that's a slowdown. They've definitely slowed down from here. That was a 6-minute 40 lap when we consider they did a 6:17. In their second lap, 6:20 opener. So they've definitely slowed down, and we've seen how Harrison Boyne has just gone to the back of that pack, so it's getting a bit more tactical. These boys starting to look left and right, wondering when the attack is going to come on, and maybe just saving themselves for a really big push for the finish line. Now, one thing I haven't been keeping an eye on is third place Kiwi, which is going to be an interesting battle back behind this leading 4. It'll be great to see if we can get a look at that gap from these 4. Look at this attack on the outside. Here he goes again, Harrison Boyne. He just can't keep away from the front of this race. He just has to race. I love it. And look,
this is
responding.
Great.
Blow for blow, these guys are absolutely giving it to each other. Now goes Caleb Wagner.
Yeah, because I've still got probably about 1.6k to go.
Yeah, it's a good mile to go from here. Caleb Wagner, look at this turn of pace. Absolutely loving this tactical affair that this race has turned into. It was a time trial to begin with, all lined up behind Harrison Boyne. And now they're looking left and right, trying to burn these guys off one by one. They've got rid of Braden Noonan. So in the space of about 200 metres, 300 metres, they've put 30 or 40 metres on Braden.
Yeah, just some surging there to try and break the rest of the field. I like that kind of sort of Kenyan tactics. You often see that in some of those distance races with the surging and then slowing down, just to kind of disrupt the pace and disrupt the rhythm, which will really affect anybody who find or would deem themselves to be a bit more of a rhythm runner.
And this is a great shot from our production crew showing the massive gap back to 5th place. In fact, we didn't see them on screen, so I want to say it's at least 200 metres back to 5th place. We don't know who that is at the moment. We'll try to get an update at some stage. Is that them going around now? So maybe that's 5th place there, the Southland athlete.
Yeah, so probably about a K to go now, so they'll be really hurting. 7 Ks in.
Really hurting. Yeah, this is the hurt locker, and this is where those tempo runs, those fartlek sessions, those grueling hill sessions that you've done all winter long come into their own. 8K, it's a long way. It's a step up from New Zealand secondary schools, which is 6K for the senior boys. So Corbin Holmes just living outside his comfort zone. And I wonder someone like Caleb Wagner, who's just got a year's more endurance building from the triathlon and the duathlon, whether that could come into its own. But these three sticking shoulder to shoulder, and I've got to say Harrison Boyne, in terms of aggressive runner of the day, I'm going to give it to Harrison. He's absolutely made this race what it has been, but we've still got three neck and neck. And look, Braden Noonan's not giving up. He's still sticking like glue to these three.
Yeah, he's doing so well, like to keep mentally locked in on that pack. Like we said before with the under-20 women, you really don't want to let that gap get big because it's just so hard to get back, and I feel like he's managed to kind of yo-yo a bit, and yeah, that's credit to him keeping mentally locked in there. He's actually right back on them now, so
right back on. And I wonder if not responding immediately to those surges could actually save a couple of matches. And now he goes,
he
surges. This is about 500-600 meters out, so it's still a long way to run. Imagine that on a track. If this was an 8K race on the track, you've still got 1.5 laps to go. The other three are staying with him, probably happy to have a leader because they're going into that headwind at this stage. Not much of a wind, but whatever wind there is, it's going to be a headwind right there. 2 corners to go.
Yeah, and if you've just tuned in and you watched last year, you'd be thinking, oh, they must be approaching the barrier. But actually the barrier has been removed. So there's no barrier now, which would have been coming down this straight here, just because it's really muddy. So out of health and safety concerns, they have removed that. But that did add another element of excitement here. But, I mean, this is exciting enough. This pack of 4, they're starting to split. But from what we've seen before, it doesn't really matter what position they're in because they'll all come back together at some point. But, yeah, we are approaching about probably 400 metres to go now.
Yeah, this would be 400 metres to go. Harrison Boyne, after all the work he's done in the race, maybe just losing a little bit on those top 3 at the moment. It's the 2 Kiwis rising to the top. The reigning New Zealand Secondary Schools champion, the winner from last year's New Zealand Secondary Schools, Caleb Wagner, right next to him. Who's got the kick? Can the Aussie Braden Noonan get amongst it? Here goes Caleb Wagner. Big turn of pace. There's the finish line. 200 metres to go. It's a big straightaway finish. It's the 2 Kiwis rising to the front. Caleb Wagner in the lead. Corbin Holmes right on his tail. Caleb Wagner, he's pulling away now. The New Zealand Secondary Schools winner from last year against the New Zealand Secondary Schools winner from this year in the under-20s. It's going to be Caleb Wagner. The crowd cheers him home here in the 2026 New Zealand Cross Country Championship. Caleb Wagner for the win. Corbin Holmes will take second. And what a run there from Braden Noonan to hang on for third. What drama, what a race from these boys. And I have to feel for Harrison Boyne. He set up the race. He will take home the most aggressive runner of the day.
Yeah, he made
well
it
done, Harrison
for sure.
Boyne.
Yeah, I mean, so much strength from those top 4 runners there. That was incredible to watch. Like, you can see them there lying in the mud. So that's how much effort and work it takes to run an 8K cross country like they just did there.
That is a fantastic shot. It's like a Renaissance painting, isn't it? Bodies lying in the mud. Unbelievable. These guys emptied everything out there.
They really did. And
If you want to prove that these guys are hardworking and just put it in your CV, hardworking, just to have that photo.
Yeah, here's me lying in the mud after running 8Ks in the freezing cold.
Now, we've got a battle here for third place Kiwi, and this is really important. We're going to try and get some bibs here if we can and see who's coming through for the win, for the bronze medal, I'm sorry.
That's number 490, James Weber from Southland.
Amazing. James Weber.
Again in the mud, lying in the mud. And
He'll take the bronze medal.
Number 70 is Bede Colburn of Canterbury, so a local athlete there.
And what a battle for bronze there. We didn't see much of it on screen because it actually got left behind the drama at the front of the race. But a lot of guys vying for that final bronze medal, and potentially James Weber not knowing that two of the four guys in front of him were Australian. So there was a bronze medal up for grabs there, and he's going to emerge from the mud as the bronze medalist. Look at that.
Slipping over the line. That's number 519, Alec Ball from Manawatu, Wanganui.
That's how painful it is. Cross country is not for the faint-hearted.
No. It's number 485, Connor Walsh from Canterbury. It was looking like Canterbury had a really strong team there, so they may take out the top placing there for the region competition. There's Max Maddock from Auckland. And just behind him, another Aucklander, Carabo Mosiani.
Another Cantab. Great to see so many Cantabrian singlets. Always good when the home centre really turns up.
Yeah, it's often a battle between Canterbury and Auckland, I think. Sometimes you've got the Wellington region in there, but yeah, often a pretty big battle for the teams there, which is always exciting, just adds another element of competition.
So good. Yeah, we'll definitely line up some interviews with these. There's Desmond Reddy, the under-20s 5,000 metre champion. So probably not quite in the form that he was back in March in Auckland. But also may just prefer the smoother conditions underfoot in the track environment. Out here on the mud of North Hagley, different environment altogether. But conditions are really improving here. The sun's come out. We started today at about 3 degrees with sideways rain. You can see the mud as the remnants of a pretty wild night here in Christchurch. But the sun is coming out on cue. The coffee vendors, the hot chip vendors are working hard to keep everyone fueled, keep their tummies and hands warm. Great run there from Noah Lazarus.
So we are approaching the senior men's race. We just had Connor Melton come by. He's the previous champion from last year and the year before.
Yeah.
So hopefully we'll be able to get a quick interview.
Year.
Yeah, so he's saving himself actually for World Road Champs, which are coming up in a month's time. So, yeah, I think makes sense for him to do that. And, yeah, I think the senior men's is going to be really exciting. There's actually only 3 men who are in the top 10 who are competing this year from last year. So,
wow. A few new faces, but also some old faces.
Competitive, exactly. Yeah, I think it shows the depth.
Cam Avery coming back again. Toby Golter, who has yet to win a New Zealand cross-country title, or senior title, I should say.
Yeah.
He's won every other title that's up for grabs.
So he'll be really wanting this. And I think that goes to show the depth of distance running that we have in the senior men's age group. It's just really exciting that every race is kind of potentially a slightly different field and, different kind of dynamics going on with what people are working towards. And I think that's where cross country, like you said before, is the perfect intersect between track and road runners. And you kind of just never know what's going to happen. And so it'd be great if we can get Connor's intel and learnings from last year.
He's had a couple of good years out here and surprised a few people, not only 2 years ago but also last year, taking down some big names.
Yeah.
But that will come up at 12:40, so we're only 4 minutes away. So the senior men are going through their stride outs, getting the blood flowing, trying to defrost limbs.
Yeah, the sun's kind of started to go back behind the clouds. We had a brief moment of sun. It's not too windy though, so...
I took my jacket off for about 30 seconds.
Yeah, me too. Yeah. That didn't last long.
Yeah. I thought I was ready.
You ready? All right, so joining me here is Connor Melton, who won last year and the year before, who is not running this year. Connor, take us through why you're not running. I have briefly mentioned it, but it'd be great to get your take on it.
Yeah, thanks, Ollie. Yeah, I guess I've been focused on Crossy pretty intently the last 2 years, and so this year I just felt like it was time to mix it up a bit, jump onto the roads, step up to the half mara distance. And fortunately that worked out pretty well, and I'll be racing the World Half Champs in about 7 weeks' time in Copenhagen, so just all focused on the build for that.
Cool, that's super exciting and definitely makes sense why you're not running today. Can you just take us through last year and the differences that you can see with the course today, and any kind of intel that you can bring as the reigning champ?
Yeah, conditions are definitely similar to last year. We had quite a lot of rain in the week leading up to the race, but we had a very big downpour last night, and so that's made it very muddy out there today. And so I think it's going to be important. People are careful around the corners. You don't want to risk slipping over in that mud. Long spikes would be essential today. Fortunately, they've removed the steeple by the sounds of things after we mishap in the Masters race. So that's one less obstacle to worry about, but the bunkers and the sharp corners are still going to be difficult to navigate in the mud.
Yeah, definitely. I think we've seen that already in the first two races. It's tough out there. All right, I'm going to get you to make one big last call. Who do you think's taking it out today?
Oh, it's really wide open this year. I think we've got 4 big contenders, and Ronan Lee's coming in with a lot of self-confidence for this one, which is great to see. Toby Golter will obviously be trying to go one step better. I think this is the last national title to add to his collection that he's missing, so he'll be looking to go one better. Cam Avery's racing Crossy for the first time in a few years. Last time he lined up, he won National Cross, so he'll be a big contender as well. And David Lee has had a fantastic build for this race. He's been on the podium at Nationals twice before, silver and a bronze, so he'll be trying to add a gold to his collection here. So I think those will be your 4 favourites, and really could be anyone's race today.
All right, so you heard it here first. Connor's not going to make a call on one particular runner, and I would agree with that, honestly. It's going to be really exciting for that reason. There's no obvious winner. So thank you very much, Connor Melton. That's the previous reigning champ of this 10,000 metre cross-country champs last year and the year before. So thanks, Connor, for your time, and we wish you the best of luck over in Copenhagen.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. Cheers.
Nah, they were almost ready to run. So we're almost ready to run in this 10K race. And we've got a really good field, 56 runners lining up in this one. And here we go, in the China Southern Airlines 2026 New Zealand cross-country champs. This is the senior men's, one of 2 big races today. The senior women's will kick off after this one. But as Connor Melton mentioned, there's 4, maybe 5 key names. One name he didn't mention, local boy Chris Dryden, who's just come off the back of a sterling personal best in the Gold Coast Half Marathon, 104.11, did really, really well. And so I wonder if he will be in the mix.
Yeah, I actually think there's some few underrated runners in this. Like we've had some exceptional racing between North Island champs, South Island champs. So I think the likes of like you said, Chris Dryden. There's also someone I'd like to call out, Josh Gordon Glassford. He was third at Auckland champs, and he's been running exceptionally well. And I see on the NZ Predict rankings that I know we all look at, he was ranked way back, and I actually think he's going to run really well today. So I think tight race between the top 4, but going to be really exciting who gets in the top 10 for sure.
So right to the front, Toby Golter. He's won the junior race, but is yet to win the New Zealand senior men's cross country. As Connor Melton mentioned, that man in the yellow singlet, Toby Golter, he's won basically every other distance title possible in New Zealand. He's got 8 senior men's titles. He's won 2 this year already. 3 this year already, with the 5,000, the half marathon, and the mountain running titles. He's run World Cross back in 2019 and 2026, got 47th this year over in the States. So he's your leader early days. With the shades on just behind him, Cameron Avery. It's been a while since we last saw him in spikes, but great to see Cameron Avery out there doing his thing on his home turf.
Yeah, so he's run a 2:10 marathon and a 1:02 half, so he's got a lot of strength. Really excited to see what he can do out here on a cross-country course. Exciting to just see him back racing as well. Someone else I'd really like to call out is Ronan Lee. Ronan has come out with a lot of self-confidence this year, like Connor had mentioned on the mic before. He's told me to say that every day in his journal he's written 2 words, which are become unstoppable. And I just love that. I'm so excited for that kind of confidence. He's really locked in. He's had the perfect lead up to this race. So really watch out for Ronan.
So he's wearing the blue singlet just at the top of your screen. He's right near the front of the race, and it really is the 5 runners that we've talked about are at the pointy end of this field already as we come through 1 kilometre now. So Toby Golter in yellow, he's your man at the front. Right next to him, Cam Avery wearing the red of Canterbury. He's just on his right shoulder. And then wearing the blue, that's Ronan Lee, just tucked in there in 3rd or 4th place. And the other red singlet, I believe, is that David Lee, just tucked in. He's more like 6th or 7th, wearing the arm sleeves.
Yeah, so David Lee was actually on the mic with me last year. He was a bit injured, or sick, so he wasn't able to run. So really exciting to see him back out there. I think Connor also mentioned he's had a really, really good lead up to this race too. He's the fittest he's ever been. So again, like as I said, there's only 3 people from the top 10 last year, but so many new faces, and it's definitely as deep as last year. It's not like it's not as deep. Yeah,
you can tell by how condensed that top pack is. Look at that. Beautiful scenes where a mile, well, almost about 1,500 metres into this race, and you've got a big old pack of about 30 or 40 runners running stride for stride, led by Cam Avery, the hometown hero. Next to him, Toby Golter. There's Ronan Lee wearing the blue, and they're just on the outside wearing the gloves in the University of Canterbury singlet. Wait, is that University of Canterbury?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, it is. For a second there, I thought I may have offended another Christchurch club, but it is. Is that a phoenix rising?
Yes, it is.
That's the logo on there. So Chris Dryden, he's just there in amongst the top 6. They're leading this big pack around these tight bends, and potentially a good idea to be near the front so you can just avoid a bit of traffic around those tight, slippery turns.
Yeah, I think so too. Like I said before, you may be wanting to take the tightest line around some of those turns. They've got 5 laps, so you really don't want to be adding any extra distance onto your 10Ks. So with a tightly packed field like this, definitely a bit of tactics come into play for sure.
So what do we think are the strengths of these guys? Because Toby Golter, Cam Avery, they've both performed really well over the longer distances and mountains.
Yeah, I think they're both pretty closely matched. Obviously, Toby has a bit more recent experience with Cam being injured for quite a while. So I think Cam will be kind of riding off that excitement of being back on the field. Like, there's no feeling better than that, you know, if you've spent all that time out and now you're back and healthy. So he'll be riding off that excitement, where Toby might have a bit of an advantage when it comes to kind of tactics and self-confidence. But yeah, both of them have run quick halves recently. So yeah, that's got to give you confidence as well.
And then on the other side of things, David Lee, he's picked up a bronze back in 2024 in the 1500 mile medals at the National Mile Champs, silver and bronze in 2024, 2025, and a 3,000 metre silver national medal back in 2025. So someone like David Lee, who's wearing those black arm sleeves, the red of Canterbury, just in the middle there, he could be one to watch over that last lap, not one you'd want on your shoulder.
No, definitely not. He's very quick. You've also got Toby Tasker there running next to him in the Canterbury singlet. He's a steeplechaser, and I was quite excited to talk about the steeplechasers today with that barrier, but now that there's no barrier there, I think that takes away that kind of potential advantage that some of those steeplechasers had. But Toby's a very strong runner in his own right, and he's very experienced running around Hagley. He's living in Christchurch, so that'll give him a bit of kind of experience as well.
Look at that corner. That's the trickiest corner, and you see everyone just having to slow down, and then almost concertina out behind Toby Golter, who's wearing the yellow of Wellington at the front. So those little moments on the course where the pace slows and then speeds up out of the corner, they'll help to just separate and just stretch bungee cords as you come out with fatiguing legs, come out of one of those bends and just think, oh, actually, maybe I don't belong in that front pack. That's what a lot of these guys will be hoping for. You can see Isaac Murphy there, one of the Manawatu Wanganui runners, just tucked in about 8th place, wearing the dark green of Manawatu Wanganui, just in behind the University Canterbury, Chris Dryden in white, but still Toby Golter, Cam Avery at the front.
Yeah, I think speaking of those turns and how that kind of takes the wind out of your steps, this course has been designed really well so that when you come down off some of those mounds, you're going straight into a bunker, which the sand really takes the rhythm out of your legs. And so I think for a lot of these guys that are strength-based runners, that's really going to be an advantage for them. You'll want to roll down those hills as fast as you can because there's not a lot of downhill in this course. So, yeah, any of the downhill you can get, you want to use.
Absolutely. So this pack, they went through in 6:25, which is quick, but it's not ridiculous. I think anything under 3 minutes per K would be ridiculous, and a game plan to really just blow the field apart right from the start. Whereas this sort of pace, it's fast enough that you're dropping people one by one, but it's slow enough that you've still got a pack of around 20 to 25 athletes within contact at the front of the race. So Toby Golter, Ronan Lee, David Lee, Cam Avery, Chris Dryden, they're all up there. All the names we've talked about, they're all in contact with the front of this race. 3Ks in.
Yeah, it's interesting how many runners are still there in that pack and how many will drop off lap by lap. Like we keep talking about, there's some real strong runners here. So I think the longer you can hang on to that kind of top 4, the better you're going to do. But also the harder it's going to feel for sure. I think they will probably pick it up lap after lap. Yeah, big battle there. So those top 4 names with Cameron Avery, Toby Golter, David Lee and Ronan Lee. David and Ronan, not brothers, not to be confused, but there is a battle naming rights on the line.
I like to think they're brothers.
Yeah.
They'll hate me for saying that. Yeah. They don't really look alike at all when they're standing next to each other, but yeah, we like to think they're related. This pack is definitely starting to get some separation. This time last lap, it was almost a continuous group of 30 or 40 athletes. That's definitely not the case anymore. We can see there just that athlete in blue, the Otago athletes, just trying to stay on in contention. And so early stages in this race, it's a bit of a game plan of getting to the front, not doing anything crazy, settling into your rhythm. Now, Holly Manning, if you're one of these athletes coming into this, are you going to come in with the approach that have a pre-planned move? I want to go at a certain stage and potentially practice some of those moves in training, maybe doing a hard 4K and practicing what that feels like at the end of a workout? Would you want to have a pre-planned game plan?
Yeah, I think for some of these runners who are so strength-based, getting a bit of speed in the legs is really going to help in case you are in a position where you have to just sprint it out to get the win.
Yep.
But I also think cross-country is so unpredictable that sometimes having a plan potentially could be worse for you, because if everything doesn't line up, then you can't execute that plan, and you kind of don't want to get yourself into a position where you're like, oh no, that thing that I thought was going to happen didn't happen, and you're wasting that mental energy. So I think just conserving your energy in these first 3 laps and making sure you're sticking with the top guys, but that you're not wasting any extra energy on any kind of tactics. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. You've got to be flexible.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, as we saw, with the Masters men's race, we keep going back to it because it was so dramatic seeing Eric Speakman hit the deck after that first lap. All of a sudden, that plan of leading from the front turns into a chasing from behind situation for Eric Speakman, and you need to be flexible. So if you've just tuned into the coverage, it's awesome to have you here. We are watching the China Southern Airlines 2026 New Zealand Cross Country Champs. This is the senior men's, one of the 2 big races today. The senior women's is coming up after this. But we are entering the end of the second lap of 5 laps. Each lap's 2 kilometres, making up 10 kilometres, which is your traditional distance for the senior men and senior women. Good that they're both running the same distance. I always like it when the men and women are doing the same course, same challenge before them. And
yeah, definitely.
a bit of a change. Oh, no, it is still Toby Golter and Cam Avery. So Cam Avery wearing the shades of Canterbury just on the shoulder of Toby Golter. And I'd like to get an idea of who that other Cantabrian is just on the left.
I believe that's Toby Tasker, the steeplechaser.
Yeah.
He's running really strongly at the moment, so I think, yeah, he's definitely in contention to be in that top 5.
So a little slow down on that lap. First lap about 6:25. Next lap are more like around 6:30. So definitely slowed down just a tad, but as you'd expect. But definitely thinning out that crowd at the front of the race. We saw just one athlete struggling to keep on the back of that pack. Now it's several. Those bungee cords definitely stretching. Toby Golter still at the front. Cam Avery, Toby Tasker. You've got David Lee right there. Ronan Lee's just tucked in wearing the blue of Auckland. One of only 3 Aucklanders in this leading pack. And look at this from Toby Tasker. I wonder if this is a bit of a move just on the outside, looking to apply a bit of pressure. And for a steeplechaser who's potentially more of a strength athlete, third lap could be a good time to make a move. So Toby Tasker just putting a bit of pressure on the outside. Now the pack's responded and come up on his shoulder. And as we've seen all race long, Toby Golter. Toby's such a tough racer. He's definitely not one to just sit back and wait for a kick, even though we saw him kind of do that at the 5,000 metre national champs this year, taking down tiring Hayden Wild to take out the 5,000 metre national title.
Yeah, I really love the confidence that some of these other athletes are bringing up against Toby. Like, I think you could be quite intimidated by some of his results. So, for other Toby Tasker to be up there right next to him, that's great. That's what you have to do to come out on top. Just back yourself, believe in yourself, and that's how you're going to get those results. So it's interesting that pack is kind of whittling down. We'll probably get quite a clear top 10 maybe in the next couple of K or so.
Yeah. And the pace that this is going, so 6:30 per lap, we've seen in other races, compared to if you did this on a dry circuit, maybe you're 10, 15 seconds per K slower. So in reality, this pace for someone like Toby, someone like Cam Avery, it's more like half marathon effort. That would be my assessment right now. So I wonder if they're sitting in third gear and they're waiting for their moment to make a big move here. Hence why there's still about 12 guys in that front pack.
Yeah, you do start thinking, though, when is the good time for them to start breaking away? Because, yeah, if this is a comfortable half-marathon pace, you really don't want to have somebody like David Lee sitting there for a long time who's got a lot of speed. Yeah, so I think tactics will start coming into play, and maybe, like we talked about before, having a pre-race plan of like, okay, I really want to go at 6K to go or 4K to go. I think we are going to cut to an interview soon with Caleb Wagner, the champion of the under-20 race.
I'm here with Caleb Wagner, the winner of the Under-20 Men's Athletics New Zealand Cross Country Championships for 2026. Caleb, how did that one play out?
It was pretty tough. Some of the Aussies went to the front pretty early on and kind of just started stringing it out. The course, the mud's real sticky, and so every single step requires a lot of energy. And they were kind of throwing in a few attacks, and it was just, try hold on to them and then recover and throw in a kick at the end.
And the preparation for this one, how do you feel that went?
Yeah, it went pretty well. I've been racing a lot of triathlons in Europe, and so kind of came back, had a couple of days off, and then got back into it. And my times have been coming down in sessions, so knowing that I'm fit, but I haven't really run that much cross country, so it's kind of see how I go and, hope.
You can never count out a triathlete on a boggy day in a cross country course, that's for sure. Talk us through that last 200 metres as you wound it up between you and Corbin to get that gold medal.
Yeah, I've raced Corbin a lot, and I thought I can probably get him in a sprint. And so I was feeling all right, but it was kind of just got around the bottom corner and up the hill and saw that Corbin went to the left-hand side, so I kind of went to the right and, just started going real hard. I probably underestimated the distance from the corner a little bit, but, it worked out, so that's good.
Well, it looked like a tactical masterclass from our angle. Caleb, what's next?
Next, I got Junior Worlds Triathlon in Pontevedra, Spain, which, that'll be interesting to see how that goes, but got some big goals for that.
All the best, mate. We look forward to watching.
Thank you so much.
So there's our winner of the men's under-20s, Caleb Wagner. Pretty happy boy. Now he moves into triathlon mode. And look at this. This is a bit of drama at the front of the race. It's been running shoulder to shoulder. You would not call this shoulder to shoulder now. It's gone from 3 or 4 abreast to running maybe 2 abreast. Toby Golter, a significant push at the front just to stretch things out a little at the front. So Toby Golter making a little bit of a move there at the front. Cam Avery's right there. Ronan Lee's right there. And we're slowly dropping men off the back of that pack. They just one by one get spat out the back of that leading group. How long can you keep with this pace? They've been averaging 6:25, 6:30 per lap. We'll get a split at 6K and they'll have 2 laps to come here. So it continues. Toby Golter in yellow. Ronan Lee in blue, David Lee just on his shoulder, and Cam Avery wearing the red of Canterbury with the shades on.
We've also got Chris Dryden still there from University of Canterbury. It's about 12 athletes in that top pack. So as expected, as exciting as we thought it was going to be, watching these athletes lumped together, but kind of starting to drop off as the pace picks up, and the grind continues.
So good. So I make that around about a 6:40 lap. So just slowing down ever so slightly. It wasn't an exact split I got a bit distracted part way through. But they go through that tight turn for the second to last time, and that is a pack of 10. Chris Dryden with the gloves on, wearing the University of Canterbury singlet. Isaac Murphy just tucked in there as well. He's not wanting to let go of this thing quite yet. David Lee of Canterbury just there on the right. But Toby Golter just been an ever-present figure at the front of this race here. We're waiting. When does an athlete pull the trigger and make their move? Toby Golter now just sitting back further in the pack as the two Cantabrians, Cam Avery and David Lee, take over leading duties. Ronan Lee just still staying out of trouble back there in third place. And I bet Cam Avery and David Lee and Toby Tasker have plenty of support there cheering on the men in red.
Yeah, so both Cameron Avery and David Lee have been doing quite a bit of training together. They used to live together, actually, so yeah, they know each other well. Yeah, a bit of slipping around the turns there, so they're going to have
Too
to
much
really...
cooking oil.
Yeah.
And all laughs as they go around the corner.
That's Darian Srory, my partner. He
That's
looks
awesome.
Proud of him. He looks happy. I said, have fun with it. Just enjoy it. That's what it's all about. Like, yes, it's competitive and there's a title on the line, but at the end of the day, this is fun.
What's good to hear, he's listening to you.
Yeah.
He's taking your advice on. That's awesome. Good relationship goals. And look at this at the front of the race. This is a significant change of pace here from Cam Avery, wearing the red, the white arm warmers on. He's got Ronan Lee right in behind him. Look at that gap back to Toby Golter and look at the gap back to David Lee. This is the first separation we've seen at the front of the race. And is he still enjoying himself?
Yeah, looks like he's having a great time.
Wowee. So we had 10 athletes just 200 or 300 metres ago. And this is almost identical to the under-20s where it blew apart at this stage in the race. And Cam Avery, with what's it, about 3.5K still to run, has decided this is the time where I want to go.
Yeah, exceptional and great that Ronan's really backed himself and is right there with him. Like we keep saying, you don't want the gaps to get big. You want to be running with someone for as long as possible. So that's what Ronan's done. Just said, nah, if he's going, I need to be right there with him. And that's that hashtag become unstoppable. He's living by his mantra.
Let's go. He's a meme in running spikes right now.
Yeah.
So great. Toby Golter looks like he's just being pushed back into third. I wouldn't be surprised if we see him close that gap at some stage.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. We saw it last year with some of the races. You can't count anyone out, or you can't predict that, oh, okay, just because these guys are in top two, like they've still got 2K to go. So I think that's the important thing. Yes, they're in the lead right now by quite a bit, but anything can happen in the next couple of K.
And what we've seen from Toby Golter, as he's got older, he's really got smarter with his racing as well. And in the 5,000 metre this year on the track, Hayden Wild got out to a strong lead, but Toby just hung tough. And coming into, I think it was the last lap, closing stages anyway, blasted past Hayden Wild to take the 5,000 metre national title. And he's won 8 senior men's national titles, hasn't won a cross-country title. And here he is, he's in third, seeing Cam Avery and Ronan Lee apply the pressure at the front of the race. But are they working too hard? Because we've still got from here about 1,400 metres left to, 2.4 kilometres left to run.
Yeah. Just want to talk about Cam quickly. So we've mentioned that he's been injured for a few years. He was out with an Achilles injury. So he's just recently made a coaching change, actually. And his coach is the coach of Rose Davies, who we just saw completed the double over in the Com Games, 2 gold medals. So I think Cam will be quite inspired by his teammate, I suppose you could call her. And obviously that coaching change has really paid off for him. He's healthy again and out here in the lead of the National Cross Country Champs. It's got to be a great feeling.
Really cool. It's great when your body cooperates with your running goals, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not always, especially as you get older, not always the case. So,
I think it's the eternal battle of a distance runner fighting against injuries.
Yeah, it is. Like even Ronan as well, he's had a few pretty bad injuries. So to put together a consistent block, that's every distance runner's dream.
Now, Ronan has not won a senior national title before. He's won a couple of silvers across 10,000 metres and 10K on the roads. But that man in blue, sitting in second place just behind Cameron Avery, has never won a New Zealand national title. Could this be the day? We've got 2,000 metres to find out. And I can tell you, we have seen a good injection of speed. That was a 6:11. So we've gone from running sort of 320 per K to now running 305 per K. And that's why the field of 12 at the front has been blasted apart, and there's only 2 men running together now.
I just want to call out NZ Predict Lucas Martin, who everyone watching this has probably seen his predictions on Instagram. He actually put Ronan Lee as his pick to win. So, I mean, looking at this, that's not a bad prediction, Lucas.
Look at that.
He is also running the race, so he might not know what's going on as he's a little further back there. So, good on him for making that call, and
He's
good
quite
on
far
him for
back
racing.
to be fair, but he is a race walker by trade. But look at this from Ronan Lee. This is a big move. So Cam Avery dropped the move about a mile ago. Now look at this from Ronan Lee, and how comfortable does he look, Holly Manning?
He looks very comfortable. I've seen him running across the Auckland Grand Prix series this year. He's executed every race fantastically. He's actually been kind of neck and neck with Jono Jackson, who we saw winning the Masters race earlier this morning. So, yeah, he's no stranger to cross-country courses and no stranger to winning in Auckland, but, like you mentioned, has not won a national title in cross-country before, so he'll be really looking for that. He's won North Island cross-country champs this year, so I think his call-outs on Instagram that, he's definitely unstoppable. He's put together this amazing training block, and as you can see, it's paying off.
Yeah, amazing. Here's Toby Golter. Good battle here with David Lee. That's the battle for bronze, isn't it? So that's third and fourth. And look at the battle for first and second. This is about 400 metres. That gap has been opened up. What's that, 40 metres?
Yeah, so Cam will just really want to keep his head up, eyes up, locked on the back of Ronan. Still with a K to go, or a little bit more, he could make that back up, but it's just going to be that mental strength that he really, really needs to dig deep.
Amazing stuff here at North Hagley. This is the China Southern Airlines 2026 New Zealand cross-country champs. My name's Hayden Sherman. I've got Holly Manning in the studio here. I call it a studio, it's a tent.
It's a bit of a cold tent.
But we've got glorious sunshine coming down at the moment after a very brisk, wet start to the day. It has turned out to be a winter stunner here at Hagley North. And this lead from Ronan Lee is significant. It's about about a kilometre to go from here. There's a 40-metre lead. Toby Golter sitting back there in third alongside David Lee. But it's Ronan Lee, the Aucklander, who has the lead with 1 kilometre left to run.
He looks incredible. I'm so excited for him. This is great. And then with Cameron Avery in second, like these are two runners who deserve first and second, so much for all that they've been through with the injuries and just sticking at it, sticking with the sport. It's such a hard sport. It can be so unpredictable and grueling. So, to put together a strong training block and execute a good race, this is very exciting here for Ronan Lee as he comes down the last bend.
Amazing. Little look over his right shoulder there to see where Cam Avery is, because Cam Avery's got a reasonable pedigree in terms of his time over in the States, running in the track, running in highly competitive cross-country settings. So Ronan would not want Cam Avery to be on his shoulder onto the home straight. We've got 2 bends to go, and look, that's the gap here in the New Zealand cross-country champs senior men's 2026 edition. We've called it the most prestigious endurance running race in the country, and right now Ronan Lee has the lead. 50 metres. Can Cam Avery peg it back? Can he pull him back to him? it continues. Ronan Lee in the lead. He's going to come around that corner and have the absolute noise of Canterbury right in his face, because a lot of Cam Avery supporters will be right there on that bend willing Cam Avery on. Look at this from David Lee.
David Lee looks really good. He's really gritted it out to catch back up to Cam. So Cam will really need to lock in now to stay in that middle podium position.
Yeah, this is huge from David Lee to come into second place, and it looks like Toby Golter might be out of the medals at the moment unless he can catch Cam Avery. But Ronan Lee in the lead, one turn to go, and it's about 200 metres left to run. I don't know if anyone can catch this man from here. He's shown a good clean pair of heels in this last 2 kilometres. One more look over the shoulder, and right now is he sensing his first national title. Almost a look over and just to check the drone. He'll see the finish line now.
Yeah, this will be such a surreal feeling for Ronan Lee. I know he wanted this so bad, so I am unbelievably happy for him. The whole crowd will be happy. There's David Lee. He's looking very strong as well, so Ronan will need to keep his head up to get there.
So here we are at the China Southern Airlines 2026 New Zealand cross-country champs. Into the finishing chute he comes, Ronan Lee out of Auckland. Never won a national senior title. Well, guess what, Ronan Lee? Today is the day you are going to be New Zealand cross-country senior men's national champion out of Auckland. Ronan Lee is your champion. David Lee right behind him for second. Ronan goes to his knees to celebrate. What a win from that young man. He's done it. Unstoppable.
And there goes Cameron Avery for third place. That's exceptional. And Toby Golter right behind him in fourth place. You can see the emotion on all of these guys' faces. This is something they've been working towards for a long, long time. So for the race to be over and for some of these guys getting the results that they wanted or the results that they didn't, it's super emotional feeling.
And rounding out the top 5, another of our University of Canterbury men. That was Henry McMecking. Apologies for the delay, Henry, rounding out the top 5.
And there's Toby Tasker in sixth place. Awesome run from Henry and good sprint off here.
Yeah, Isaac Murphy up against Liam Chesney. I think Liam may have just got the better of that one. But these guys all vying for top 10 bragging rights. There you can see Chris Dryden.
Yeah, good battle there. And that was number 478, Malgon Wagner. He's one of our Aussie international runners, so great to have them here.
Callum Stewart coming into the finish as well. And lots of team points up for grabs now. That's why these guys are running so hard, racing for every little place.
There's Darian Story of Auckland and Cameron Swales from Canterbury. Great running from them to round out top 15.
Have we got an idea of who might be top team? Canterbury looked pretty strong.
Yeah, Canterbury looked really strong. I'm gonna make the call that it was Canterbury that took it out, followed by Auckland.
Jake Owen crossing the finish line there, along with Jesse Kemp out of Canterbury, and Tram O'Callaghan coming into the line with Andre Lapine Day out of Manawatu, Wanganui, and Fielding Moa. So what a dramatic finish over that last 2K.
That was dramatic.
And we talked about tactics and whether you come in with a game plan or whether you're flexible. We saw on that second to last lap, Cam Avery blew that front pack apart with a good strong surge. Ronan Lee stuck with him, and as they got the bell for that last lap, they hit that top turn, and then he went with about 1,800 metres to go, never looked back. Well, he did look back actually, but never. The gap never changed from there. He just continued to pull away. What a run there from Ronan. How would that feel? First national title. I've never been close to that, but that's got to feel pretty good tonight.
Yeah, I think it'll feel quite surreal for Ronan because I know he puts everything into it. He works full time. He's an engineer up in Auckland. He trains really early. I follow him on Strava. I see his runs at 5 a.m. or also really late. So I mean, most of of these guys work full time, so none of these guys are professional athletes. So to fit in that much mileage with a full-time job, you really want your results to count. And I think for Ronan, he's always been there or thereabouts, but never quite getting a title. So I think the whole field will be really, really happy for him. Although, some of those athletes who really wanted first place, but if it's Ronan, it's great.
Yeah, so true. And look, the work that these runners have to put in to get where they get to. And, there goes the skis. And, we're talking 150 to 200K a week for these guys to get as aerobically fit as they are. And do the maths, plus the gym workouts, plus the recovery, and your stretching and your physio appointments, all of that. It's a big commitment.
Yep, getting your sleep in, nutrition as well, all those things come into play. And at the end of the day, all of these guys are really talented, so it's the little things that'll really count. And I know someone like Ronan as well, he's very particular in how he's eating and refueling after workouts. We're going to cut to an interview now with Ronan Lee.
So I'm down here live with the 2026 Athletics New Zealand China Southern Airlines champion, Ronan Lee. Ronan, how you feeling, buddy?
Oh my God, it just feels so unreal. I just was talking to my coach before the race and he laid out how I was meant to run and pick those dry lines and sitting behind when we were going into the wind. I just stuck to that, and then we had quite a big pack, most of the way around. Then Cam kind of went, so I just went with him, and then that kind of broke everyone but us. And I thought, just stick in, let him do the work, be patient. And then coming down the home straight, he was trying to felt like he was trying to make me do a bit of work, and I just thought, I'm just going to go here, just pick it up a little bit, and he just couldn't react. And there's some class athletes out there, and it's going to have to be on top of my game to get them. And
you were definitely on the top of your game from the sidelines. It looked like an absolute clinic of cross-country running, timing it to perfection as you came through the west side of the course down here in North Hagley Park, Christchurch. How would you rate your preparation heading into this?
Oh, just on point, spectacular. I had a bit of a disappointing track season. Crossy's always been my thing, and I decided to work a bit more on my mental game this winter, and I decided to write up a bit of diary. I'd been reading some books here, and I wrote the front page of my diary, become unstoppable, and that's what got me. And then every week put down quotes, how I was feeling, everything just went perfect.
So Ronan Lee, our 2026 Athletics New Zealand China Southern Airlines champion, showing us that you can almost manifest just about anything. Ronan, what's next?
I'll revel in this for a little bit, but onto the roads. I might race the 10K champs in New Plymouth, and then over to Melbourne for Run Prix, road relays. I'm keen to nail the 10 and got a few goals there, maybe sub 29 or something like that. So yeah, really looking forward to it, and just so awesome.
Well, mate, there's a group of us that can't wait to see what you do next. Congratulations on what was an absolute clinic here down at the China Southern Airlines Athletics New Zealand cross-country champions for 2026. No one can ever take that away from you. Well done, my man.
Thanks, Oscar.
All right, amazing interview there by Ronan. I actually couldn't hear the last part, and I was devastated because I really wanted to hear what he was saying, but I can only imagine how happy he feels. He is so well deserving of that title. So yeah, big congrats to Ronan and the rest of the runners there who just, grilled it out over 10Ks. It's a long way to go in muddy conditions. The sun is out though here at the China Southern Airlines National Cross Country Championships. We're excited and we've still got the senior women's to go.
We do. That's at 1:40, so we're not too far away. It is 1:40, isn't it? For the 1:30. So we're only
about
11
10 minutes
away.
Yeah.
And it is warmed up. I've actually gone to my less warm jacket. I brought two with me. One, my full-on ski jacket. I'm now just down to the Athletics New Zealand puffer, which is sort of like a I mean, do I call it a half-hearted puffer? It's kind of like a cooler autumn style puffer jacket, but it's definitely approaching defrosting temperature was
just
what I would say.
Yeah, we're approaching the high of the day, which is 9 degrees. It's 8 degrees, but
wow.
The sun is now, we're not going to get to double digits today, but I think that's the thing, Hayden. You'd be very prepared with your experience with New Zealand cross country and athletics. You've got to come prepared for all weather conditions. We've seen cold track nationals, we've seen hot cross country nationals. So,
we have, you've got to prepare for every season when you come to these. And even we brought gloves this morning, and even like a thin pair of gloves was not enough. You needed snow,
it was definitely
full-on ski gloves.
Felt like below zero.
Yeah,
so
it was
tropical
cold
compared to that.
And amazing that we had the Masters runners to begin with, and how they just went out there and did it. And out in shorts and singlet,
jumping over
not
the barrier.
Not everyone had gloves on, which I'm so impressed with. But we have ticked off one of the seniors race. We've still got the senior women to come, and we're now 9 minutes away from the start of that race. We've got 20 runners lining up, so not quite the numbers of the men's race, but again, this is really quality. And I believe we'll be crowning a new national champ who's never won, because I don't think anyone in this field has ever won this title.
No, I don't believe so. It's like the senior men's is actually quite a different field to the field that we saw last year. I think there's some really, really strong runners. We've got Tamara Reeves, who I think she was 5th last year, so she'll be looking to get that win. We've also got Maya Flint, who's been absolutely exceptional over mountain and trail recently. She's the 2025 mountain running champion. She won a bronze at the half marathon champs. She's had 2 NZ team selections for World Mountain Champs. So she's strong, although I did hear that she has been sick, and that's something that I meant to mention in the senior men's race. There's been a lot of sickness going around. I know David Lee has been sick. So I think for any of these athletes here today, it's not just how you show up on the day, it's everything that's led up and everything that you kind of had to deal with. So for someone like Maya, I hope she's feeling better today. And because to be honest, this field's wide open, and she's someone who could really be there to take out that title, which will be a great addition to all of her other titles she has across other distances.
Absolutely. Yeah, and sickness is one of those things that gets you more in the winter months, and it is a major factor, actually. And even if you haven't been sick, you turn up, you have a bad day, you're like, why did I have a bad day? And the next day you wake up and you're sick in bed with a head cold or a virus of some sort. So it's definitely, it goes around, and it's one of the challenges of a winter sport, avoiding those winter flus and colds. But obviously when you're pushing your body that hard, it's pretty easy to get sick. Someone like Cam Avery, who works in a hospital environment as well.
Exactly. I think it's worse this year too. It sounds like some of the sicknesses have been lingering for longer with people with longer coughs, and it's just really hard to train when you're feeling not great, especially if it's respiratory in the cold as well. Like some of these athletes have asthma as well. Asthma can really be exacerbated by these colder conditions. So
that's my excuse.
Yeah. So I think for any of these runners, just to be out here today, it's really exceptional.
Absolutely. And we do have to say a big shout out to our sponsors while we've got a moment to do so. So especially Southern China Airlines naming sponsor. ASB Bank have come on board recently to support Athletics New Zealand. Great to have them with us. Novotel Cathedral Square in Christchurch. I stayed there last night. It's beautiful,
nice.
Actually. I'm very happy with that. So thank you, Novotel. Their breakfast this morning. I love a good hotel breakfast buffet.
Nothing beats it, yeah.
You make sure you go for an extra hard long run just to earn that breakfast. I'm going to make sure I get in a good workout tomorrow to earn that one. Also, Christchurch City Council, apologies for ruining your grass, but thank you for having us here. Air Rescue, Abbott Insurance, Pure Sports Nutrition, Red Bull, Douglas Pharmaceuticals, massive supporter of Athletics New Zealand over the years, and same with Puma. So thank you to all those wonderful companies that get behind the sport. We can't do it without the support of those companies that make this thing happen. And thank you all, wherever you are watching in the world, in New Zealand. And I'd like to challenge you all. Take a little photo of where you're streaming this from. Maybe chuck your face in the photo. Chuck it in your stories and social media. Tag in Athletics New Zealand or one of us, Hayden Sherman, Holly Manning. We'd love to see where you guys are watching this thing from and how you're enjoying the coverage. Maybe your picks for the women's race and maybe who you're most proud of out there. So some shout outs to some of your club mates and friends, family who just ran their heart out earlier today. We're only halfway through the day.
Yeah.
The other thing we've got coming up this evening that won't be on the live stream, but the relay. Do you want to tell us how the relays work?
True, yeah. So the relay I'm really excited for because I'm actually running, which I didn't do it last year, and I actually had a bit of FOMO because it looked really fun. So the course is going to be slightly different. It's not this exact course that they're running on right now, but it's 4x2Ks, mixed relay. So 2 men, 2 women, battling it out. So it's back to club. So rather than running for regions, you'll be running for your club, and it's pretty competitive. I know that I think Chav took it out last year. That's Christchurch Avon. Whippets will be looking to take it out as well. So it's going to be competitive.
Christchurch Avon call themselves Chav?
Yeah. They do, and they're really close. So I think I really love their little club and their story. So shout out to Chav.
Amazing. Because we've got Cav and Dunedin, Caversham.
Yep.
It's great the little abbreviations we get.
Yeah, they're good.
That will be a great one, and it's always good seeing tired bodies try to come back and run a relay.
It is, yeah. So my relay team comprises of 2 girls, myself and Tessa, who works for Athletics New Zealand, who haven't run today, and then 2 runners for our men, Xander and Sam, who have run today. So some of the other teams might be comprised of all 4 runners ran today, or maybe none of them ran today. So I think for some of the track runners who just can't see themselves wanting to run a 10K cross country, 2K is where it's at, and it's actually
so good.
It's really smart as well by Athletics New Zealand. So they used to have the relay the next day, so tomorrow, but it's really hard because you've got some people who want to fly home. So they've put it tonight, so it will be dark, but they've got it under the lights, which I think kind of creates a bit more atmosphere, and also means that anyone who's here, like, they can actually do it and then fly home early tomorrow. So I think like having as many teams as possible makes it even more exciting. We're really thankful to Athletics New Zealand for putting on just something different with the relay. I also want to shout out this live stream. It's an exceptional live stream. I think last year really stood out to me how good it was. So we know that so many people can't make it down here today. We've also got lots of internationals, obviously, with the Australian families supporting their runners who might have come today, but also there might be some American college coaches watching, or recruiters, or any family overseas. We really enjoy bringing the stream to you and having the drone shots. It's great. It's definitely a quality live stream. So shout out to the people who made that possible.
Absolutely. And for those watching, make sure you do share the link and share it to your socials, because the more eyeballs on screens that we get, the more we can do this in the future. And there's your start list. That's your first 15. Some key names in there: Eva Pringle, Lahana Reeves down the bottom. Sarah Jury from Taranaki, she's been running really well lately as well. Maya Flint there, she's your New Zealand mountain running champion from last year and Canterbury champion from this year. So she'll be one to look for as well. Olivia Gold was second at the Auckland Champs, wearing number 5 there. I don't think that they're actual bib numbers, and there we go, 20 athletes lining up in this. So a couple of scratchings from the original 22 that we did have. Tamara Reeves, number 16 there, she will definitely be one to watch. She recently ran 15:56 for the 5K over in London. That was just back in June. Now that is fast. That is very fast. That would be enough to win most New Zealand 5,000 metre titles. So she's coming in with some hot form, as is her twin sister, Lahana Reeves, and Eva Pringle Maya Flint. They're the top 4 names that I would recommend. But here we are at the start of the 2026 New Zealand Cross Country Champs. This is the senior women here in North Hagley. 20 women taking on the mud, the small undulations, the tight turns. 5 laps of this 2K course, and look at this, straight to the front goes the Otago athlete, right out the front. Is that Olivia Sutherland out there? Not sure. We'll have to get an update on who that is going straight out to the front, but obviously running with a bit of intent, knowing that there's a tight corner coming up. They go through this little zigzag section and then into the trees. So they've just seen the tactics play out in the boys' race, and maybe just in the back of their mind they're thinking, okay, the winner went with 2K to go. Maybe that sounds like a good plan to me, but straight to the front now is the Cantabrian.
Yeah, so that was Olivia Sutherland from Otago who took it out. I also want to call out some of the international runners that we've got in this race. I've got some of their 10K times just to put into perspective how fast some of these girls are. So we've got Caitlin Tan from Australia. She's run 36:48 across 10K. That's on the road. And then Ella Donnelly, also from Australia, who's run a 36-minute 10K. And then we also have Olivia Savelis, who's run a 1:18 half. So real strength runners as well who've come across the ditch to join us. And as we saw in some of the other races, particularly the under 20 men, they really added another dimension to the race and a bit of unknown as well. So although they won't be crowned necessarily the New Zealand champion, they will get a medal. And yeah, just make some extra competition, which is great. We love to see it.
So look at this, really different from the boys' race. This one's spreading out early, and it's Eva Pringle at the front, 3 times New Zealand steeplechase champion. She's also won the New Zealand 10K road title back in 2024, represented New Zealand at the World Mountain Running Champs back in 2022. She enters the sand pit for the first time and leading this field and making a bit of a statement early on. Here she comes over. That was almost a Steve Prefontaine moment out the front early.
Yeah, she's been running really well this season. She was first at Canterbury Champs, so I think that confidence will really ride her out for this race. You want to have some cross country in the legs, I think, before you get to national champs. A lot of them aren't 10K though. Just 10K is quite a long way to go. So yeah, I think for some of these girls, they maybe have run some cross country races this season, but haven't actually run a 10K, so could be a little different. But Eva's really taking it out in style there. She's way ahead of the rest of the pack. The rest of that pack would just want to be sitting in, kind of working together, because like I've said, they've got a long way to go. They've done not even 1K yet.
Yeah, so. about a kilometre around those pile of trees. But look at this. She's running with it.
She's going for it.
She's got a plan.
She's banking time, maybe. That's her plan.
Possibly.
I think she has been injured, I think, potentially last year. So she'll be really looking to get this title and show off her form, that she's obviously had a really good training block as well coming into this.
So good. I love it. And there's a pack of 7 that are around about 30 or 40 metres behind Eva Pringle. And Eva maybe running with a bit of adrenaline, gutted that her favourite steeples are not there, no hurdles to jump. So maybe thinking, well, let's, like you say, bank some time, bank some space between me and second. But I love it. This is the beauty of cross country. You never know what sort of tactics we're going to get. We saw a close, hotly contested race for the first 2/3 in the men's race. Totally different here in the women's. One runner willing to go out strong and pull the field apart right from the go.
Yeah, it's funny because we saw this exact thing last year, didn't we, in the senior women? So yeah, well, it's kind of a bit of a repeat. So hopefully she can hold it there. in second place is Tamara Reeve. So I mentioned before she was 5th last year at the Senior Champs, which is the highest placing of anybody in this race who was there last year. So she'll be really looking to kind of lock in on the back of Eva up there in the front and hope that she can maybe gain some time back on her across these 10Ks.
Yeah, and this is where that experience and just maturity in racing, if you see a runner running at a pace that you know that you can't match for the full 10K, you just need a bit of patience to say, no, I'm happy to let her go, and then work hard over the next few races and rely on that endurance that I've built up with those 100-mile weeks to pull her on back. But we've got first place, Eva Pringle, out to about a 30-40 metre lead, and then it's a pack of 4 runners and then a pack of 3 runners. And then, as you can see, it's 1s and 2s left behind here. So Eva Pringle decimating the field in the first lap here at North Hagley in the China Southern Airlines 2026 New Zealand Cross Country Champs.
Yeah, so we've got one of the Australian runners there behind Tamara. And then as they come past, we'll be able to give you some of the other names of these runners. So 4 laps to go after this lap.
So Tamara Reeves is the second Canterbury singlet, and then it's Olivia Seville's of Australia. She's just sitting in there in 3rd place. That's the singlet on the back of Tamara Reeves, the second Cantabrian. And it's got to feel good when you're at home. You know you've got lots of support from friends and family out here on the course. It's got to feel nice being at the front of the race and having that support.
Definitely, yeah. She'll have a lot of supporters here today. There's quite a few Cantabrians in this race, so I think they'll be able to take out the team title today. So that's Lucy Yerker there. She's been having a really good season as well. She's been consistently there across all of the Canterbury races. Canterbury do a really good job of setting up lots of cross-country races before Nationals, so they have a bit of a Grand Prix situation as well, similar to what happens up in Auckland. So these runners from these regions have, got a lot of cross-country racing in their legs, which is always helpful.
So Kumiko Otani of Wellington Harriers.
Yeah, she ran last year. She was 8th last year, so top 10. She'll be looking for another top 10 today.
So into the trees again for the second time goes Eva Pringle. She's not mucking around here today. She's had the morning to watch the action, bit of pent-up energy.
Yeah.
Maybe she's just been smelling the coffee carts and the sausage sizzle. So I want to get back there and enjoy some lunch.
Yeah,
the sooner we get this thing finished, the better.
Especially if she's doing the relay tonight too. She'll be looking to get some recovery in after this and stay warm and dry. We are very lucky with the weather. It's actually not too windy now, which is good. It's still cold, but there's a bit of sun in the sky.
Yeah, it's actually perfect temperature for distance running. You wouldn't be complaining. You could probably survive without your gloves out there. Absolutely perfect conditions here as Eva Pringle. I was going to say she's running calm, but I think there's a bit of a fire under that calm expression where she's come in with some intent. And when you race like this, usually what you've been doing is you've been training the way that you intend to race. So just getting out there, getting it done, doing some hard tempos, getting some lactate into the muscles early and dealing with that feeling of trying to be comfortable with discomfort is the term that us distance runners like to use. is just make that discomfort your friend and sit with it.
Yeah, you can really tell. I think we talked about before, do you come into this race with a plan? Clearly this was her plan, just to take it out. Maybe she just didn't want to leave it up to chance. There are some kind of quicker runners, so if she found herself there with them for a long time, maybe she just thought, well, it's 10K, it's going to hurt anyway, might as well just take it out and bank some time, as some runners like to say. So, yeah, I think she's doing a great job, and so is Tamara Reeves there in second, and Olivia Savills from Australia in third. Still a long way to go in this 10K race, so
a long
lot
way to
could
go.
happen.
We're coming up towards the 1/3 mark, and we've probably just gone through 3K. They went through 2K. Well, Eva Pringle's split at the 2K was 7:02, so we'll keep tracks of how she's clocking pace-wise. Now that she's out by herself, whether she maintains this position or that pace early on was a matter of dropping the field and then she's happy to sit back slightly slower. So at the moment running about 3 minutes 30 per K. That's about the halfway mark on the lap. So yeah, sticking to it. And look at that gap. That's grown if anything.
Yeah, I think it has. And I think, yeah, Tamara will probably be thinking, all right, I just have to hold my line here and hope that maybe Eva starts to hurt a bit and get some distance back on her, but that may not happen for another couple of laps. So she'll just have to be patient and not use a surge to try and get there, because yeah, it's definitely at least 100 or so metres between them.
I have to do a little shout out to Libby McGee of Athletics New Zealand. She's the out of stadium event director for the meet today. She just walked by absolutely coated in mud, head to toe. So she's definitely rolling up her sleeves today and making sure that this event runs smoothly. So shout out to Libby, the team at Athletics New Zealand, hard working. Everyone pitches in to make these events happen. And obviously the team's split between Glasgow and Christchurch right now.
Yeah. Definitely a lot goes on behind the scenes. I also want to give a shout out to the local organising committee for putting this on.
Yeah.
A lot of planning goes into the course, and all of that's really put onto the organising committee to organise. Obviously with the major assistance of Athletics New Zealand, but so many people's time, they often don't get paid for that, so the volunteer work of those people really value. Same with the marshals out on the course today. I'm sure they're head to toe coated in mud as well. And yeah, anyone here who's from a safety perspective, there's just a lot that goes on behind the scenes, so thank you to them.
And a lot of the team that put these events together are retired in the 60s or 70s, but they're here at 7 a.m. in the freezing cold.
Dark.
It was muddy underfoot. I was comparing it to the rather unfairly to the Somme in World War One, saying, "Oh my goodness, imagine living in this sort of condition where you're just swimming in mud, it's freezing cold." But yeah, the volunteers that put these events together, massive props to you all for making this happen. And look at this running from Eva Pringle. She continues to pull away. And I wonder if she watched what happened last year with Hannah Gapes just taking the race by the scruff of the neck and just pulling away, and thought, I'd like to do that.
Yeah.
I'd like to get to a place where I'm 2 laps in and can just tempo run it from there. So I wonder how she's feeling as she comes towards the start-finish area for the second time to complete 4Ks out of 10K. I wonder if it's a feeling of, okay, if I just keep at this tempo, I've got it, or is that niggling doubt in the back of her mind thinking, I might have run too fast?
Yeah, I think that this is the hardest part of a cross-country course. You're not quite at halfway, but you're really starting to hurt. So I think, Eva's a very composed person and composed runner, so she might be having those thoughts of doubt, but she's really strong, so she'll be brushing them off, or, whatever kind of sports psychology tactics you can bring in. Like a lot of people say, you've got to acknowledge that pain sometimes and just go, yeah, of course I'm hurting. I'm running a 10K cross country, but that's okay. I've prepped for this. I've done a lot of work, and I know she has. She would have been running around the outskirts of Hagley for a long, long time, years and years before this. So she knows this park like the back of her hand. Potentially not this course or even running in the centre of it, because most of the time people are running around the periphery. But yeah, she knows Christchurch. She'll have her supporters here, so super exciting for Ava.
So good. I can see Lucy Jerk just rounding into, I think it was the top 3. I didn't quite get a look on the exact placing. There we see Olivia Seville's, who was up in the top 5 early, and there's Sarah Jury out of Taranaki. So that's your top 10, and that's probably your top, that 3 there you can see on screen, that would be around about 8, 9, 10. So we've had the top 10 come through. Now, in terms of splits for Eva Pringle, she came through that second lap 14.15. Now, the first lap was 7.02, so I make that around about a 7.13. So a slight slowing from Eva Pringle, but the pack behind her has slowed more than that, as we see Mauve Williams come through out of Aspiring Athletics. And look at this from Eva Pringle, really putting on a clinic at the moment.
Yeah, she looks exceptional, doesn't she?
Really does. And we talked about those volunteers earlier. We must have said the right thing, because one of those volunteers just dropped by with a whole plate of treats and 2 punnets of hot chips. So if you hear some chewing in the background, it's because we're scoffing our faces and we're trying to get some warmth into our tummies. But look at Eva Pringle, just calm and collected at the moment, working hard. Like you say, she's feeling the pain now. And I like to call it confronting the beast. You choose workouts where you want to confront that beast, which is that voice in your head that says, slow down, this is too hard, slow down. The more you learn to just not befriend it, but just sit with that voice in the back of your head and remind yourself that, hang on a minute, I've trained 100 miles a week to deal with that sort of pain. I can get through this. I've got the engine, I've got the legs to get me through it. And there's a great little shot showing the gap as they head on that little mini loop into the cross-country section. It's probably about a 200-metre little loop there. So this is a significant lead that's opening up here for Eva Pringle, reminiscent of the dominant performance we saw from Hannah Gapes last year.
Yeah, definitely. And I think Eva, she really deserves a win like this. If she can pull it off, we've still got a little bit of time to go, but she's really executed this with confidence. And I think every time an athlete does that, you've got to commend them, because it is quite scary to put yourself out there like that and say, no, I really want to win this, and I'm going to put myself a couple 100 metres in front of the rest of the field, because, yeah, like we keep saying, anything can happen, and you can start to feel bad pretty quickly. So it's ballsy, basically, for her to go and do that. But, yeah, we know she's been training well and definitely deserves a win.
So this is coming, she's gone through the 5K mark now in about 17:40, 17:45. It's a rough estimate based on, I'm trying to sort of cue it off what trees are around here. So she's gone through the halfway mark. Now it's about, the battle within herself. It really becomes her versus her, Eva versus Eva inside of her brain.
Yeah, just saw Maya Flint back there. So we mentioned before she has been a bit sick, so she would have been up there as one of the favourites to win. But, you know, you never know. She might just be testing the waters, seeing how she's feeling, and then maybe she'll be able to start putting a bit of a kick in now that they're about halfway through the race.
Yeah, you can see the turnover. Compared to the other runners, Eva Pringle's still keeping that cadence up. The heels are coming up nicely. So she's still feeling pretty good.
There's Liv Gold from Auckland, running really well. She's had a great cross-country season as well, competing for Bays. So I wonder what these Aussies are thinking right now. They're probably quite cold, aren't they? Unless they're from Melbourne.
I bet they're grateful they're running in the middle of the day.
Yeah.
Because those poor Masters women starting at 9 o'clock this morning in the bitter cold. I mean, we're talking so cold. It was like up the ski field early in the morning type cold, where if you're not wearing gloves, you need a coffee in your hand to keep them warm. It was bitter, and it's certainly turned into a pretty nice winter's day now. And Eva Pringle, she's just loving it out there in her element. Home crowd. I'm sure she's got friends and family dotted around the course cheering her along. She's just looking so strong. And there's second and third just behind her. It's the other Cantabrian. I believe that's Tamara Reeves.
Yeah, that's Tamara. I know Lahana's back a little bit with alongside Maya Flint. So I was excited to talk about Eva as she jumped over the barriers, but as the barrier's been removed, we don't have that extra element to talk about, but probably steeplechase is her best discipline. She's run a 10:23 steeplechase this year.
Yep.
She's also run 9:34 across 3K, and she's actually, these are her season's best, so personal best. She's actually run a 10:06 steeple, in 2025. Yeah, so she's very experienced, but she's also run 34Ks across 10K on the road. So yeah, she's definitely not a stranger to this distance. She's competed at Oceanias, and yeah, she's got a lot of experience now.
Yeah, look at that. She's got the race course to herself. You cannot see second and third. Well, very tippy top of your screen. What's that, 150 metres? It's a long, long way. She's put herself into a commanding position, but she's still got 4,000 metres still to run, does Eva Pringle. She's never won this title. She's won 3 steeplechase titles. And she's also won a 10K gold medal. And we'll get a split for you as she comes through to finish her third lap. So that's 6K, and that one was a 7:20, so just slowing down. Remember, the first lap was 7:02, and that was a 7:20. So slight slowing, but I'm almost certain that everyone behind her is slowing more. Now we'll try and get a split on the runners behind. So 378, that's Tamara Reeves, and then 247, that's Lucy Jerk in third place. So Canterbury holding a commanding position here, holding on to the top 3. Now that's got to be good for the team title.
Yeah, definitely. Canterbury looking very dominant across the senior men and senior women as the team titles on the line. I just want to call out, we keep mentioning Hannah Gapes, who's not here this year, but she very dominantly, as Eva is showing us now, took out the win. She ran a 35:38, so it'll be interesting actually to compare what Eva ends up running with that time, because that was very, very dominant. And as you can see here, Eva Pringle is also looking very dominant. You cannot even see second place remotely close to her, so great running.
Impressive. So we've got the Australian Olivia Seville. She's sitting in 5th. Sarah Jury is really rounding into a good position in 4th. And I wonder, that's the Taranaki athlete we saw go through the start-finish area just moments before. Taranaki wearing the sort of fluoro green. I'm never sure what colour their outfit is. I should know, being from Taranaki. But here is Eva Pringle. Just a picture of absolute composure. And at this stage in the race, you've got to think she can now focus in on just being on a Saturday afternoon tempo run. So for those unfamiliar with distance running, essentially you do 2 types of workouts: interval sessions that are shorter with breaks, break up the workout. A tempo run, you just set a tempo and you keep on going. And so that sort of work really sets you up well for this kind of a race where you find yourself in a situation where it's 1 foot in front of the other. Try not to let that pace per kilometre slip. Just keep about your work. ride that pain
Yeah.
and know that you're only now 3 kilometres away from your first ever national cross-country title.
Yeah, it'll feel pretty good, and she'll be pretty familiar with tempo running on a Saturday in Christchurch and Hagley Park. Ava Pringle from Christchurch. This is quite exciting for her, the fact that she'll potentially be able to take out National Cross Country Championship on her home turf that she's very familiar with. So different but the same to what she normally does on a Saturday, grinding it out, but this time a title's on the line.
And Sarah Jury from Taranaki behind her. So Sarah's sitting in 4th place. She's not unfamiliar with the steeplechase as well. Focused on the steeples coming up through the high school ranks. Now over in the States, back home in New Zealand, working at the front runner with Emily Rowan and Matt Baxter in New Plymouth. So there she is there on screen, out of Taranaki. Tell me what colour that vest is.
I'm going to say it's green. Green and orange. But yeah, it does feel like they've got different singlets or like slightly different shades. I don't know. Maybe it's just the light.
The regional colours are amber and black.
Oh.
So I don't know where that colour has come from. It's one of the mysteries of athletics in Taranaki, where this lime green, sort of yellowy fluoro colour came from. Our colours are actually basically the same as Wellington.
Maybe that's why.
Yeah, maybe a more goldy yellow, I think, in Taranaki. But there's a bit of thought that we want our amber and black back. It's ours.
Yeah. I don't know. Now I'm starting to think like that's the colour I associate with Taranaki. It'd be weird if you changed.
Yeah.
Keep us on our toes, though. We like it.
All right, look at this great drone shot right behind Ava Pringle. That's the view that none of the athletes can have right now because the pace is being too hot set by that woman. She's just gone to the front and has continued to pull away. She's held a similar pace, but that first lap was definitely her fastest with a 7:02, and then it went down to a 7:13 and then a 7:20 for the third lap. This is the 4th lap that she's on, and of course one more lap to go after this. Now this corner was the one where she'll have lots of crowd support. That's where her friends and family will be jogging over to. There's some great spots along the course where you can position yourself to just dart from one corner to the other.
Yeah, I think Eva will be really wanting some crowd support, won't she? So if you're close to Hagley Park and you're watching this on the live stream, come and support Eva because, yeah, she's still got 2K to go, a little bit longer. That's tough. So any amount of cheering will definitely help
and
her.
Even on social media, tag in Eva in your stories. Say, I'm cheering you on. You've got 2.5K to go. Let's go, Eva. There's a national cross-country title waiting for you. She's won 3 steeplechase titles plus a 10K on the road. Now, with all fairness to steeplechase and the road champs, they don't carry the same prestige as the New Zealand cross-country title. We've talked about it before. This is the most prestigious endurance title in New Zealand. If you win this, you've shown that not only have you got endurance, you've got speed, you've got strength, you've got tactical nous, and you've got that ability for your body to handle just immense amounts of pain and that constantly being thrown side to side on an uneven, wet underfoot surface. But here she comes, Eva Pringle. Definitely legs are looking heavier.
Yeah, she's
looking a little bit more laboured in the stride.
Yeah, definitely. I think just being out there by yourself, although very brave, it's really difficult. So I think she's done exceptionally well, and she's just got to grind it out for another 2Ks, which I have no doubt she can do at the pace that she's running before. We don't quite have an eye on 2nd and 3rd place, and whether they're gaining on her at all. But yeah, you would be kind of thinking, all right, I don't know how far away they are from me, so I just need to maintain my distance and really lock in. But okay, we kind of get an eye there. She is quite far away from them. So
yeah, it's a pretty significant lead, and I wonder if we can track this and keep on second and third as they come through the start-finish area and get a split. So that was 29.08 for Eva going through that start-finish line, which means that last lap was 7:33. So that's her slowest lap so far. And we'll be able to get a split here and see if it's mathematically possible, even if Eva slows to a jog, for one of these two athletes to overtake her. Let's see as they come up towards that finish line marker, just a few seconds away from that.
yeah, Tamara's just putting a little bit of pressure on Lucy there.
Okay, that's a 1 minute gap. So
Right.
30 seconds per kilometre. So even if Eva slows down to, let's say, 4 minutes 10 per kilometre, she should still be able to hold them off. So that gives her a bit of confidence. She's got a minute. Here's Sarah Jury coming up towards the finish line. Can she get herself into the medal? I don't think so. She's about 30 seconds back from third place, but that'll be a valiant fourth if she can hang on.
Yeah.
She'll need 15 seconds a K. And there's Eva Pringle, bottom of your screen, exiting the rugby zone of the course and onto the golf course zone of the course.
It's a little bit less muddy for this part, so she's kind of through the worst of the mud until she gets back to the start-finish line, which is exceptionally muddy. We've seen some falls over the finish line.
And the great thing about this course is she can look back. There's lots of moments like this
Yeah.
where she can look back and she'll be able to see now, oh, wow, that gap's pretty good. That's kind of what I dreamt about
Yeah.
when I was lying awake at night thinking about this event last night.
Yeah, similarly to Ronan, like, would be a pretty surreal feeling, like knowing you've almost got it in the bag, but not quite. And yeah, like we've said, she hasn't had a national cross country title before, so adding that has got to feel good.
Now she'll be able to see what that gap is. Look at that. She looks to her right. Now we know that loops around about 200 metres. So it's at least 300 metres, which would make sense if it's a 1 minute gap. Is that a smile starting
Yeah.
to appear on Tamara Reeves's face? Because maybe she's thinking, okay, I've got silver wrapped up here. I've
Really
got it. I've got a
finished.
medal. This is epic. So Tamara Reeves, she ran a 15:56, 5,000 metres back in June. So she's bringing that track form over to the cross-country trails, but you just can't live with that pace that Eva Pringle brought on that first lap.
Yeah, it's interesting. I wonder if she's surprised or if she knew Eva would take it out, like both being from Canterbury. I know that they know each other quite well, so whether or not they discussed what they were doing before, it's always funny to know like the dynamics before the race.
And how much do you sandbag your fitness and say, no, I'm going to take this one easy, feeling a bit niggly? So there's Lucy Jerk. So she's in third place at the moment. It's about 30 seconds back to Sarah Jury at the last time check, which was around about a kilometre to go. But look, this is in the bag now. This is about 600 or 700 metres left to run. 1 minute is her lead.
So it's interesting actually at Canterbury Champs, Hayden, Eva beat Lahana by just under a minute. So
Wow.
This is kind of a bit of a replication of that. So maybe Lahana did know Eva was going to take that out.
Had a bit of a sneak peek into her fitness.
Yeah.
Wow, look at this from Eva Pringle. She'll have the race course, the finish line, all to herself here. We thought this one was going to be a really close race. It was really, we had 5 names circled who could all take it out on paper based on the form that they were coming in with. But what you just read out there, winning the cross-country title ahead of Lahana Reeves by a minute, Well, she's about to do the same thing to the field here today at the National Cross Country Champs. That was Maya Flint, back a little bit further in the race.
Yeah, so Maya was third at the Canterbury Champs across the 10K. So, yeah, definitely great that they've had this opportunity to run a 10K before this and get that familiar feeling of hurt. She just looks exceptional. She's very, very close to the end now. She'll be definitely wishing it was over soon.
That's the second to last bend. Now she'll be starting to realise it's in the bag. She'll be in a world of hurt. She's got a good poker face there, hiding how hard she's actually working. But now it'll start to dawn on her that the New Zealand cross-country title will be hers for 2026. One more bend to go. We're about 300 metres away from welcoming this woman and crowning her the New Zealand cross-country champion for 2026.
Yeah, so across that 10K course at Canterbury Champs, Eva ran 37.36, so it'll be quite interesting to compare her time. I know you shouldn't really compare times in cross-country. Every course is different, but naturally athletes will look for comparisons across different races and comparing it to last year too. So, yeah, she'll be close to that 37.36 time.
Here she comes. This is the finishing straight. She'll have it all to herself. No one will see her cross the finish line who's still out there on the race course. This is amazing from Eva Pringle. She's won 3 steeplechase titles in her lifetime. She's won the 10K road title. But this one, right here at North Hagley in 2026, this one will feel sweeter than any other national title that she's won. This is the 2026 New Zealand Cross Country Championships, and Eva Pringle right from the start put her in the front of the race, and here she is in the finishing chute to take the crown here at North Hagley. Eva Pringle for the win at the 2026 China Southern Airlines New Zealand Cross Country Championships. She's your winner. What a run from this woman. No one in sight.
Smile on her face. That smile is very well deserved. She'll be really stoked with that. She's still standing as well. Not like those boys who lay down at the end. She really executed that with so much composure and confidence. And yeah, I think that'll make her very, very happy. She'll be looking out for her teammate, Tamara Reeves, coming down the finishing straight. Also looking very strong. Great front run from Tamara Reeves as well.
Yeah, impressive. And that last lap was 7:52 from Eva Pringle. So she slowed down, made sure it was a sure thing. And this is going to be a Canterbury 1, 2, 3 as Tamara Reeves comes up to get second place. Silver medal here at the National Cross Country Championships. She adds to what has been an impressive career. Well done, Tamara Reeves. And next over the line will be Lucy Jerk. They'll be so happy to see Canterbury 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, that really just shows the strength that Canterbury has with their running. Like, all of these guys spend a lot of time training together, doing their Sunday long runs, Saturday workouts, getting up early before work. So all of that hard work together has really paid off. And it's awesome to see Canterbury with that 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, beautiful moment there, Tamara Reeves. Probably more happy to see Lucy cross the line.
Oh, we had a little moment there where one of these runners went off to go do a second lap and was told to come back, I think. So,
yeah, Ella Donnelly doing a great resurgence into fourth position. She's the Aussie, but Sarah Jury will still be fourth Kiwi home. So, yeah, great finish there from Ella. Sarah well fought fourth place, and she can be really proud of that.
Yeah.
It's a great return to New Zealand, and to produce a performance like that. We saw Olivia Seville's there of Australia coming up towards the finish line as well. So still top 10 bragging rights. There's Olivia.
Yeah, that'll give her a lot of confidence going into Aussie Champs as well, right? You know,
Yeah.
just getting another hard 10K in the legs. There's Maya Flint, great running from her, being very sick this week. It's exceptional that she came and ran today, so good on her. I think that was very brave. And there's Kamiko Otani from Wellington also finishing out another top 10
I
performance.
think she might have got 8th again.
Yeah, good for her.
Talk about consistency. Amazing.
Yeah,
Well
great
done,
running.
Kamiko.
Always got a smile on her face, Kamiko does. She makes running look so fun.
Awesome. And so we think this is around about 9th place. All these athletes coming in under 40 minutes, so they're moving around that course. It's still wet underfoot, and if anything, it's more slippery than it was at the start.
Yeah, so that's Lahana Reeves, Tamara Reeves' twin sister. Great running from Lahana.
So we think this is about 9th.
Oh, some real pain faces there. Just got to make it across the line.
Well, she stays on her feet. That was awesome. I hope we got a finish line photo of that one.
Yeah.
Sliding on into the finish line. Takes impressive balance and composure not to fall flat on your face when you finish a 10K cross country. You're absolutely exhausted. And sometimes at cross country race we actually have body movers, that big burly guys who pick up cross country runners and biff them out the way.
Yeah.
We've got lots of finishers all crossing the line at the same time, because it could end up lots of bodies hitting
Bit
the
of
floor all
carnage.
at the same time.
Yeah. So just interesting. So there was exactly a minute between Tamara and Eva. So another kind of replication of Canterbury Champs. So Eva won in a 36.37 and Tamara Reeves in a 37.38, followed by Lucy Jerk in 37.50. And then Ella Donnelly, our first Australian through, in a time of 38.30. So great running there by those top four.
Olivia Sutherland coming up to the finish line from Otago, closely followed by her teammate Kimberly Iverson. So another really quality race, and to put it into perspective, we had two senior races that panned out totally different. The men's was tactical, it was close fought right up until that last essentially 3,000 metres, and then over that last lap it all got blew apart. But then totally different in the senior women's race, where we had Eva Pringle just say, no, I'm going to run this from the front, I'm going to go out hard and then just settle into my work, and it paid off.
Yeah, and that's why cross country is so exciting. You just never know what's going to happen, and as you've just said, Hayden, those were two very different races, but equally as exciting for different reasons. So yeah, just great to see these runners here. There's Billy McIntyre-Reid just crossing the line.
And all smiles now.
Yeah, smiles, hugs. It's great to see. And we've still got two more races to go. We've got the under-18 men's and women's races. We're just going to cut to an interview now. Just while we wait for them to cut to the interview, we'll just take you through some of these upcoming races. So we've got, in about 7 minutes' time, the under-18 women's race. This is also going to be quite hotly contested, similar to under-20. So some of these girls stepping up to under-18 categories might be their first national champs. We've got the likes of Joanne Huang from Lindau, who will be representing Auckland. She was 4th at North Island Cross Country and 11th at National Secondary Schools. We've got Lennox Dyer from Egmont. She was 2nd at North Island Cross Country. You might know Lennox.
Yep,
sure
I know Lenny well. She came up through our Tempo Fit Kids program, actually.
Cool.
Ran with us for a year or two now, trained under Emily Rowan and Matt Baxter with their Runzing program. And she actually took out the 1,500 metre under 18 title when it was the timed final. So that really tricky situation where you've got 2 heats and you just need to get out there and run blind, and its fastest time wins the national title. So she won that by a whisker earlier in March, so it'll be cool to see. She's been dealing with a few little niggles over the winter, so she hasn't been as fit as she would like to be, but it'll be great to see her take on this sort of track. She loves the trails, so her mum's a keen trail runner, so it'll be great to see how she gets on out there on this course.
Cool. Yeah. On the other side of the spectrum, we've got some really talented track. All right, we're back. Sorry, we just lost power there. So we're back. We're about 2 minutes away from the start of this under-18 women's race. So we were just discussing the different kind of athletes that we've got in this race. So we've got some fantastic trail runners, cross-country runners, and some really talented short-distance track runners. So the likes of Hannah McManus, who's run a 2:11 800 and a 4:36 1500. This is a 5K race, so half the distance of what we just saw with the senior women. So I think that kind of allows some faster runners to stay in the mix.
Yeah, this is a really competitive, exciting race. The likes of Madison Wass out of Wellington. She's been dealing with a few little injury issues, but Wellington champ. We mentioned Lenny Dyer, but Maddie Worrell as well, Auckland champion. Taylor Cox, New Zealand Secondary School Seniors, finished in second place.
Yeah, I think Taylor Cox today is really one to look out for. First
Yeah.
at Canterbury Champs, second at North Island Secondary Schools, National Secondary Schools. So, she's got a lot of experience over cross country, and she's quick. So definitely watch out for Taylor Cox.
Absolutely. So this is the under-18s here at the 2026 New Zealand Cross Country Champs, brought to you by China Southern Airlines. Thank you so much for the support. And we're about to go. We've got a field of around about 25 athletes lining up in this one. There we go, 30 athletes. 36 athletes. How bad is my counting? Anyway, we're away here in the sunshine here at North Hagley. This is the under-18 women. All of these women will have seen each other at national secondaries, at North Islands, at South Islands. And look at that strong start going straight to the front. Love the intent here. And the distance that these women are running is 5 kilometres. So I believe they start with the 1K, the short 1K loop first, and then they move on to the 2K loops. I might be stand corrected, but something along those lines. But good strong start there from the Aucklander. Getting to the front and maybe inspired by Eva Pringle and thinking that I would like my race to go a bit like that as well. So the Aucklander straight out to the front.
Yeah, these runners will be wanting to settle into a bit of pace, bit of rhythm. 5K, only half the distance of 10K, so you probably will want to string that out. So that's number 154 is Millie Gatey of Auckland, who took it out in the lead. Next to her, number 126 is Dove Elton. Dove has also been having a great season so far. She was third at North Island cross country, ACA runner.
So a good strong start here in the under-18s. Stretching out the field already. Remember, we're not even a kilometre in. We're about 600 metres into this race. And the Aucklander not being afraid to step on the gas and make the others work for it. But there's a good pack there. I want to say that's about 10 or 12 athletes still in that main group.
So I think it was some of these girls that I saw running the course yesterday, and I think running the course is a great way to get an idea in your head of what you're going to do maybe each lap. We talked about whether it's advantageous or not to have a plan going into this, but I think you can have a plan about each lap and like what you can tell yourself at each section, you know, maybe running up those hills, like is it one key word like strength or resilience or something that you just tell yourself. So saw some of these girls out there with their coaches doing that yesterday.
Awesome. So there you can see Millie Katie out to an early lead. And then the field and behind them starting to thin out a little bit, but we're coming up towards that finish of that 1K. So it is just that 1K loop to begin with. It just goes around the rugby fields here. And we're going to get a pretty impressive time split of around about 3 minutes 30 through that first kilometre. So that's not mucking around at all, and that's why it's spread out.
Yeah, that's about the pace we were seeing senior women running. They've all gone about single file now. So yeah, two 2K laps to go after their 1K.
So we're going to cross to an interview now with the winner of the senior women's, Eva Pringle.
Sweet, we are here at the New Zealand Cross Country Championships supported by China Southern Airlines 2026 edition. We've got our senior women's 10 kilometre champion Eva Pringle with us, and I'm just here to ask, hey, it's your first national championship title in cross country. How does it feel to be a winner in the 10K as well, which is a distance that, you know, you're not normally running too much? Just give me the down low.
Feels pretty good. Nice and rewarding after, you've just suffered for 10 kilometres to come out with the win. So it feels, pretty cool. Yeah.
And I remember the other year that you had a pretty good run at Timaru at Road Champs as well. Did you feel like a little bit of that was on display, your road running strength?
Yeah, and I definitely love when the conditions are a bit crappy, like with Timaru and the rain, and here with all the mud and the rain this morning. Like, it makes it just quite exciting and fun.
I was going to say, as a real Cantabrian as well, did you actually know that it was 1, 2, 3 Canterbury? Like, you would have seen crossing the line, Tamara. Pretty good to do that with the girls, eh?
Yeah, that was pretty cool. I was sort of thinking about Kevin, our manager, the whole time, being like, he must be pretty stoked right now having a all Canterbury podium.
Yep. Awesome. Well, I hate asking what's next because you've just won gold. You've got such an accolade now under your belt, but you've got all this fitness. Give us an idea of what you're going to put it to use with.
I'm not 100% sure. I think maybe going up to Auckland and maybe trying a half might be quite cool. Otherwise, just getting ready for athletics season again, really. Yeah.
Well, thank you for gracing us with your presence here at North Hagley. And hey, how many laps around Hagley do you reckon you run a week? Give us an estimate.
Well, I'm actually in Dunedin at the moment, so this is a nice wee refresh. Yeah.
Don't worry, we'll still claim you, Eva. But hey, here she is, Eva Pringle, your senior women's champion in the 10K here at the Southern China Airlines Cross Country Championships. We will give you some more information as the under-18s women's race unfolds. Awesome to have you.
Thank you.
All right, so we're back in the action here in the under-18s. We're coming up 2 kilometres into this women's under-18 national cross-country champs. You can see one runner out the front. That's Millie Gatey of Auckland. And that's Dove Elton on screen. Is she actually in the lead? Have we got the wrong name from the start? So Dove Elton out the front. And then it's back to a group of 3, 2 groups of 3, in fact, running stride for stride. So Lonely at the front, and then there's these little packs in behind. The first kilometre went through in about 3 minutes 30. So coming in with a bit of intent. Now, I believe that was Dove Elton, unless we saw another shot there, but we'll confirm that shortly as to who's who. But we've got an Auckland singlet out the front of the race, early stages. And reminder, this is just a 5K loop. So now they're on to the 2K sections. They'll do two 2 kilometre laps after the first 1 kilometre lap to make up the 5. Great to see lots of Tasman athletes here making the drive down. And look at this, showing a really good, strong, clean pair of heels. And much like we saw with Eva Pringle in the first senior women's race, just not being afraid to go out strong right at the start and really make a statement early in the race. And here is the young Aucklander doing the exact same thing.
Yeah, she looks very strong. Yeah, she looks very strong.
Going through that sand pit. So coming back towards the rugby field section of the course. So she's past, I want to say she's at the halfway mark now. It's about 500 metres left to go to the start. And then it'll obviously be 2K to go. So this would be the halfway stage in the race. And she's got a good, strong lead, so similar to the senior women's race just earlier. And no doubt inspired by that. And there you can see that's the gap. So 50, 60 metres to a pack of 3 and then another pack of 2 about 10 metres behind them.
Yeah, really dominant display here. She approaching her bell lap.
These beautiful scenes. North Hagley, absolute picture after the atrocious conditions we had first thing. I think everyone's happy. Athletes, supporters, volunteers alike, commentators. Everyone's happy with this situation.
Yeah, it's getting more and more similar to last year's stunning conditions here.
Yeah.
In Otatahi, Christchurch.
Here we go. So there's quite a few athletes still within contact. We're past the halfway mark. A lot of these athletes will think, boy, if I run a good, solid last 2.5K, I could get myself into the medals, because it's only about 50 metres up the road. So coaches will be yelling at these girls and parents saying, stick with it, stick with that woman in front of you. And I like to tell young athletes, attach a rope that does not stretch to the person in front of you. Let them pull you.
Yeah, any mental tactics you can employ at this stage of the race is going to help you. Like, it's really tough, really challenging, so you just have to talk yourself through, whether it's sticking on that second person, or in the case of this amazing Auckland runner here, Dove Elton, just you've got to lock in. We just had NZ Predict come in, give us some stickers. Thanks, Lucas.
Subtle promotion. He picked that men's race.
He did. I think
Absolutely
that was awesome.
Did he get the women's race? I can't remember who his call was. Maybe it was Tamara.
No, I think he had Tamara,
Reid.
yeah.
But anyway, we'll get a good split here of first place, and maybe we'll actually be able to get a bib reading as well. Make sure we're calling the right woman
1,
through.
2, 6.
It's definitely Dove Elton. Yeah. So she's got the lead. This is impressive running from Dove Elton. I can see Lenny Dyer sitting in third place. So second and third are very close to each other. There it is. So number 89.
That's Taylor Cox. So we had kind of picked her to be high up there. She's had a really great season. Very strong runner. There's a lot of Canterbury athletes there. That's Miller Bolton.
Yeah, they're all lining up here. This is going to be a great last lap. Who's got the endurance? Who can switch into a new gear? Who can dig deep and find those scraps of will that they can put together and absolutely blast out this last 2 kilometres? Because there's medals up for grabs. And just because someone's in front of you doesn't mean that they're feeling better than you. They could be about to crack. So you've always got to stay on the gas and just focus on getting the absolute most out of yourself as you can. Often we talk about in distance running, the goal is to get to the finish line to a point where you can go no further, and just giving it absolutely everything. Now look at this from Lenny Dyer. She's moved into second place now, just opening up a small gap on Taylor Cox from Christchurch behind her as they go through the trees. The early afternoon shade of the trees, and look at that gap to first.
Yeah, do you think
50 metres?
the gap's getting slightly smaller, Hayden?
Possibly.
Yeah. She did take it out really, really hard, that Dove Elton. So she's just got to work on keeping that pace up. Understandably looking quite tired there. Yeah, just over a K to go for this 5K under 18 here at the China Southern Airlines New Zealand National Cross Country Champs.
So the Elton family up in Auckland, make sure you're on the edge of your seat here, cheering your girl along. Dove Elton, she's led the whole way, and look at that gap, 50 metres. But Lenny Dyer, we know the speed she's got. As this afternoon sun just pouring in, the wind is basically died off completely.
Non-existent now, yeah. Great conditions. Maybe the mud will dry out of it, do you think, Hayden? Or
will we get our hurdle back? I don't know.
Yeah. That'd be brutal, wouldn't it, just for the under 18 men.
So you see a little slip, and that's the challenge of cross-country running. You're constantly being thrown side to side, and it's where that strength comes in. Have you done the gym work just to be able to absorb those rhythm breakers?
Yeah,
and
bit of lateral movement there. Yeah. You've got to have strong core and strong tendons to keep yourself upright and
absolutely
feeling good when your body is telling you it just wants to stop.
And often, I don't know about you, but I find your ankles keep clipping your calves.
Yep. Which hurts when you're wearing spikes.
Yeah. And your arms get thrown around everywhere. So the more trail running you've done, tell you, as a personal trainer, if you want to do an exercise that's going to help that, get your Bulgarian split squats going. They are just...
They're burners for sure.
Absolute gold. One foot raised up behind you, the other foot loaded up. And yeah, they're just a absolute must for runners.
Do your athletes hate you when you give them Bulgarian split squats?
Yeah. The rule is anything that starts with an Eastern European name is going to be hell. Yeah. There's nothing worse. But we're coming up towards the close of this race. Remember, it's 5,000 metres, so we can expect the winner to come through in 18 minutes or thereabouts. And here she comes, Dove Elton. She's just gone about her work the last kilometre or so. It's still maintaining that lead. And I wonder if we'll get a good pan back to see, because from here it's around about 600 metres left to run. Look at that beautiful overview of the course. It's a really well-designed course and to enable spectators to get a good view of their athletes multiple times.
Yeah, a lot has to happen to set up a course in the middle of a city in a park. Like, I'm pretty sure they have to cancel Park Run, which is normally around...
Oh, that was on this morning. I saw it going.
Okay.
Yeah, because I got down here around that time and I was like, oh, there's already runners out here.
Yeah, because last year they
Park Run.
definitely cancelled it. So that's good that they were able to keep it on.
Now, who is in the lead here? Is it Lennox Dyer? Is it Taylor Cox in second and third? And are they gaining on Dove Elton in the lead? I don't know. I want to say they're not gaining. It's the places are staying the same. But Dove Elton went out really, really hard. She now has about 500 metres left to run. Round this bend, and then it's one more turn. She'll get a good look at them now.
Yeah, there is a good battle there between second and third, isn't there? And then not too far behind is fourth.
So Lenny Dyer just in front of Taylor Cox. They're beginning to know each other pretty well after seeing them multiple times. Taylor Cox in third, Lenny Dyer just ahead of her in second. Dove Elton, as she's been all day long, she's got that lead. 40 metres, is it enough? 400 metres left to run. You imagine this on a track, coming down that home straight for the second to last time, looking over the shoulder, knowing that I've just got to run 10% faster than the other girls behind me.
Yeah, I think she's doing that. I think she'll know that she's just got only a few hundred metres to go. You can see her sort of picking up the cadence now. But, oh, man, that's a battle between second and third there. Lennox Dyer and Taylor Cox.
Will she look over her shoulder just to make sure it's sealed? The spectators do. They have a little look over. And here it is. Dove Elton, much like the senior women's race, she led from the gun. She went out strong at the start. We thought, oh, has she gone out too hard too soon? But no, she's played this one to perfection. She's going to have the finish line in sight. 100 metres to run. The head's starting to wobble a little bit. The legs are tired, but she'll have a national title in 50 metres time if she can hang it together. Lennox Dyer sitting there in second. You can see her grimacing. Here comes Dove Elton, under 18, national title. She hangs on, the 15-year-old out of Auckland City Athletics. She does it.
Oh, wow, massive battle here. I think Taylor Cox is just going to dip Lennox Dyer out at the line. Wow. That was exciting.
So Lennox Dyer will finish in third place. She'll be happy with that eventually after some injury issues. But here they all come running into the line, very close for the minor places.
Yeah, so fourth place was Maddie Worrell of Auckland. And then we'll just get the live results up. So Maddie Worrell of Auckland in fourth, Madison Walsh of Wellington in fifth, Mahia Ontoria of Tasman in 6th. They're all coming in. They're flooding in at the moment. So your top 10's rounded out by McLean Gordon of Canterbury in a time of 19:20.
How about that? 15-year-old Dove Elton taking it to the older runners. And
Exceptional. And 18:47's a quick time as well.
Yeah.
Across 5K in muddy conditions.
Impressive stuff as these athletes still making their way to the finish line. What I love about this is the number of athletes we've had within a minute of the leader. It's been a really, really close race.
Yeah.
So well done to all these young women. Is Isabel Prescott. Oh, that's the slippy spot.
Yeah.
We need a little sign there.
Yeah.
Seen multiple athletes hit that same spot. That's where the cooking oil was left.
So it's looking like Auckland might take out the win for the team's title here. So there's that constant battle between Auckland and Canterbury, but Auckland's very strong in this under 18s. That's Hannah McManus of Auckland. That's the track runner that I was talking about.
And you can see how much work these athletes have put in their 5 kilometres around North Hagley. Absolutely incredible. Still coming to grips with that impressive run from Dove Elton, and apologies to Dove. We didn't really mention her, and I think we had her name wrong initially in the race as well. So well done, Dove. You can come into these races with performances on paper, but there's always surprises, especially in the junior ranks. You never know who's been having a really good winter of training, who's been just... Things are clicking together.
Consistency as well.
Yeah.
You don't often see that unless you're following someone on Strava. And
exactly.
Even then, you don't know everything that's going on behind the scenes. Like we talked about sickness before, any kind of external factors that can impact you on the day. So yeah, any runner that's able to toe the line today, it's really an incredible feat, especially for some of these school-age kids who may be doing other sports as well and school and everything. I think, it's really impressive.
Yeah, and at 15 years of age, you may have just finished up playing football or netball or doing all the other things and thought, okay, well, this winter I'll just focus on my running.
Yeah.
And your football coach is like, come on, we want you on the wing. But yeah, it's definitely at this age where you see athletes starting to specialise, which is good. We want them varied in their early teens, doing lots of different activity. But as you get towards the closing years of your high school career, it's always good to just choose the one or two things that you want to specialise in, and then that's when those performances really come. And what we encourage, of course, as coaches for young athletes is that specialisation doesn't happen too soon, which is why as a sport we don't cover those junior national championships, and in fact the under 12s, under 10s are called non-championship events for that reason, so that kids can be kids. They can turn up, do a great cross-country race, have the bragging rights being first over the line, but also not feel that pressure of needing to specialise too early and claim national titles at a young age, because we see guys like Sam Tanner, Sam Ruth, these guys who have come through, they didn't specialise young. Sam Ruth, he's lighting the world on fire as a junior runner, but he was a triathlete. He was doing multiple sports. He was playing football. Even now, he got injured playing football. So yeah, it's a real important part of that development of a young athlete, making sure your movement is varied, you gain competency, experience, and exposure to lots of different types of movement, lots of different types of pressure situations, and then you can start to apply those situations in where it counts. And we saw Angie Petty on screen there. She coaches a lot of these young women here in Canterbury, and I'm sure she would agree that the athletes who really rise to the top of the high school ranks towards the end of high school are the ones that have that great base of a varied athletic background.
Yeah, and Angie being obviously a very accomplished international runner herself, bringing that experience that she learned from, not specialising too early, and particularly for coaching younger women. It's great to see other women coaching women, and bringing that experience. I know that Angie's definitely already had some very successful athletes and will continue to develop some more athletes. So, great to have Angie here supporting.
Absolutely, and it's an important point you make about young women, because, and it's the same with young men, but to a different degree. I think it's a lot less so for men, but just those body changes. And what I'd say there'll be some disappointed athletes in this under 18 group, especially thinking, man, I was right up the front last year, what happened this year? Improvement's not a linear line. It goes up and down, and especially that's never more true than for a teenage female. The improvement curve is incredibly wobbly. You get purple patches, you get patches. What's the opposite of a purple patch? I don't know. Where things just seem to go backwards, and you're just fighting. But the key, would you say, is consistency and just trusting that process? What tips would you have for young women?
Yeah, just like listening to other women who've been through it themselves, and other men who understand and allow that development to happen. And like you say, not specialising too early, not comparing yourself. I think there's a lot of comparisons. We've got so much access now with social media to what are the pro athletes doing, what's going on Strava, but it's like, when you're 16 years old, it's probably not that relevant what Georgia Hunterbell is doing, because you've got so much time until you get there. And I think a lot of successful athletes, we don't see them being really, really successful at a super young age. It's around this under 18, under 20 where you start seeing some more kind of development up into the senior ranks. So I think just staying kind of loving the sport, honestly, just being passionate about it and having fun. And once you stop having fun, I feel like that's when things are hard. So just keeping it fun no matter the result. Well said. Yes.
And I think that's where that social connection comes into it. And like you're part of some great training squads, and having those friends as we see some results come through, having friends to train with, and having friends that can check in on you when you're injured, and maintain those social connections. But I think that fun and enjoyment, not staring at the watch and living or dying by what you're getting back on the watch.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's pretty evident in a lot of these races. You've got, like David Lee and Cameron Avery and Connor Melton, part of that group too. Like, that's a big training group. And we're about 3 minutes away from the under 18 men, and I know there's some really strong training groups. You've obviously got Craig Kirkwood's group with Sam Ruth, but there's lots of younger guys also, and younger women as well, in that squad. And I'm actually part of a squad up in Auckland as of pretty recently, who's coached by Nick Kodai, and there's a couple of athletes there, Duke Cutts and Ethan Moore, who I've seen training really hard, and that squad is a lot of fun, and that's what I think where they're getting that success is, like, they're hard workouts, but they're also really, really fun. And I think that's credit to coaches as well, just like it's not that serious, it's like we're running around a track, and we want good results, but at the end of the day, most important thing is to have fun. So
so good.
Exciting stuff coming up in this under 18 men's. 2 minutes away. Who are you looking out for, Hayden?
I've got a couple of names that I've put some markers next to. A couple of these athletes placed highly in the New Zealand Secondary Schools Cross Country Champs, which was just over 6 weeks ago or something like that. So Alex Macbeth finished third in that race. He's coming out of Wellington Harriers. And then Max Sterling will definitely be one to watch, Hamilton City Hawks. He finished in second place. He's the Waikato Bay of Plenty champion this year, and finished first place in the under-16s last year at this event. Other names I'd put out there: Daniel Wordsworth won the Canterbury champs here, and the Wellington champs Cam Starr had a good performance there in Wellington as well. And Duke Cutts, as you mentioned, taking out the Auckland title. And while we're on the talk of regional titles. Thomas Weatherall taking out the Otago title. So a couple of names to mention, but I think there'll be some surprises, and I think we'll be going through, can we get the bib of that guy? Where's he from? So I think we'll definitely see some surprises here, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see Max Sterling and Alex Macbeth right amongst the thick of it as the boys are on the line now.
And is that his brother, Jack Sterling, as well? Are they
I think they're twins.
Twins? Okay.
Pretty sure.
Cool. Couple of twins. We had twins, Lahana and Tamara, in the senior women, so it's always fun to have a few twins.
If not, it'll be like the Lee brothers and the senior men. Who aren't brothers. But forever and now on will be known in athletics circles as brothers. So claim it, guys. If you're not twins, you are now. All right, here we are on the start line of the under-18s here at the China Southern Airlines 2026 New Zealand cross-country champs. And just as we might expect, it's a strong start there from the Southland runner, getting off the line quickly. The course is nice and wide and long to begin with, but it does pinch in reasonably soon after this straight. Gives enough time for that arrowhead to form up. But you kind of don't want to be at the bulky end of that arrowhead because you'll get concertinaed out the back. So getting to the front, being in the top 5 or 6 early on. And in fact, of course, this is the slightly different lap. This is the 1K. Is this the 1K or are they doing 6K?
They're doing 6K.
Yeah, they're doing the full 6K. So there we go, under the trees. Looks like everyone's all together.
Pretty packed. Yeah, we can't really call a leader at the moment. But maybe as they start to come through and get onto those hills, that'll start breaking the pack up.
So, of course, the course designers have actually avoided that narrow bend on the first bend. So that's another little nice touch because they start in the centre of the track. It just avoids going around that tree, which they'll do on the second lap. So 6K for these boys.
I think we're about to cut to the interviews now with Dove Elton, the winner of the under-18 women's 5K.
Give me a count-in and we're good to go. Oh, that was it? Go. Awesome. Cool. Welcome to the China Southern Airlines New Zealand Cross Country Championships 2026. I'm here with our under-18 women's champion today, Dove Elton. Give us a little rundown. You're from Auckland City Athletics Club and you've come all the way down to Christchurch. Did you know that you were pretty fit heading into this race?
Yeah, I felt like I was in pretty good condition considering we've been doing some good training block before this.
Yeah. When you say good training block, have you done any racing before this race? Did you have anything kind of indicating, hey, I'm really fit going into this race?
Well, I came third at the North Island Champs and I was quite far away from the top runners, but I felt pretty good after that.
Well, you must feel pretty good after today. You're a national champion. You get to spend the evening in Christchurch, Now that you're down here, do you think you'll do a little cool-down jog around Hagley, see what's on offer?
Yeah, definitely. It's such a beautiful venue, and yeah.
Well, we're lucky that you came down here, and again, we've got to ask what's next. I know definitely some, warm food and a shower and chilling out, but what's the next race that's on your calendar as you look to use this fitness?
I'm going to Australia for the secondary schools and I'm quite excited for that, and that's the last cross-country race for me.
Oh, awesome. And what distance are you going to be running for that?
4K.
Relay?
Yeah, probably.
Awesome. Well, the New Zealand team is very lucky to have you, and hey, congratulations on your first national title, and I'm sure that we'll see you next year. Will you still be in the under-18 women's?
Yeah, I will be.
Awesome. So she might be back for the double. Hey, well, go and get some rest, and congratulations so much on your gold medal.
Thank you.
All right, fantastic interview with Dove Elton, and now we're back to the under-18 men's 6,000 metre race here at the China Southern Airlines New Zealand Cross Country Champs. Now this is looking really interesting. There hasn't really been much breaking away, you're all still kind of in a pack there. when we get the camera zoomed up, I'll be able to tell you who's in first place. But yeah, lots of runners all packed together. Those couple of runners near the back, they'll be looking to try and reattach themselves back onto the pack of that group, because this rest of this run is going to be quite hard if they're out alone. Yeah, we're just looping round. We've just passed a K. Previously, after this next bend, there would have been a hurdle, but if you're just tuning in to watch this race, the hurdle has been removed due to some health and safety issues. So I can see Duke Cuts there of Auckland in the lead, and then number 275 of Wellington, Alex Macbeth, looking really strong. So just going around that tight bend there, they'll be looking to not slip. All right, so number 440 of Waikato is Max Sterling. So that was one that we talked about earlier. He's had some fantastic results. He'll be a favourite to win. And then 441 next to him is Jack Sterling, his twin brother. And I think we can confirm, Hayden, they are twins, or unless they're very similar looking with the same last name. They're working together. I'm sure they'll have a bit of a race plan.
Yeah. I think that's a really safe bet that they're twins. In fact, I don't know how their parents tell each other apart.
Yeah. You can see the spectators there. They've stationed waiting for these guys to come through for their first 2K lap. So we'll get a split for you. They are looking like they're moving quite quickly.
Yeah, good strong pack at the front. This is almost similar to the senior men's race. It's funny how the women's races have sort of followed the same pattern, with one woman getting out strong, and the men's race starting steady but not fast enough that we're getting big separations. So a good pack of about 12 athletes, and then a whole bunch of athletes trying to stay in contact, but just you get the sense that there's some stretchy bungee cords at the back. So the Sterling brothers, stride for stride. They've even got the same running technique.
Yeah, they do. They look very similar. There's a few Canterbury runners in the mix there as well. They'll be looking to get that team title. A few Wellington runners. Very strong runners running by Waikato there.
So about 6:25 for the leaders going through that first lap. So that's moving. They're definitely not mucking around. So it's actually impressive to see so many boys still within contact here.
It's looking very slippery around that first corner. A few of them kind of holding on to the tree or the barrier there. The sun's really out. It's in our eyes now, which is kind of nice.
We're struggling to see the monitor here, but yeah, it's not complaining because it's warmed up beautifully, and there's a real festival atmosphere here in the afternoon, with everyone just reveling after the action of the senior men's, senior women's, which was just such good races, and now seeing the juniors take on the track, and a bit of a buzz as teams get themselves sorted and amped up ready for the evening program, which will be the mixed relays. So the Sterling brothers continue right at the front,
alongside Alex Macbeth of Wellington.
So that is Max Sterling wearing 440. He's probably got the bragging rights of the two brothers in terms of performances.
You also mentioned the Canterbury runner Leo DeMonchi before, Hayden. He's looking very strong going up that hill there. There's a few Canterbury runners looking like they're working together. They'll be familiar with Hagley Park for sure.
So how big's that field? We got 14 athletes in there. So let's keep an eye on those numbers and see how they whittle down. We're on to the middle lap of 3 laps to complete the 6 kilometres. but great conditions. This is exactly what we want for cross country. Dry enough for spectators not to get totally grumpy, but wet enough underfoot for the mountain goats and those who love a bit of niggle to have some mud and some slippery underfoot. So plenty for everyone to keep themselves entertained out there. And this wonderful course, we've been here for 2 years. There's a little theme in Athletics New Zealand is to make use of all the planning that goes into an event like this in one location to come back the year later, which really simplifies the calendar and makes it easy for local organising committees just to press play again on the event. And yeah, it gives you great continuity for the planning teams.
Do you know if it's been decided where it is next year?
I don't know. That's a good question.
Because I think everyone's really enjoyed it being in Canterbury. I know people loved Hawke's Bay as well, but that was a really tough course, really hilly. So
Hawke's Bay was cool at the vineyard there, and then before that we're in Taupo at Spa Park for 2 years, which I think that would be everyone's favourite cross-country course. It's dry underfoot, but a lot hillier than this. And it's undulating. There's always drama, and look at that pack. So I mentioned it was 14. Now it's 10, with those 4 just slipping off the back. So one of the Sterling brothers has gone to the front and put in a bit of a surge. I wonder if that's Max Sterling going to the front now. But 14 has become 10 with about 2.5 kilometres remaining.
It's a pretty strong top 10 there as well. Like anything could happen within that pack now. So, yeah, even if the runner's at the back of that top 10, there's really not that much distance between them and first. So they just have to really focus in and not get distracted now as the pain starts to come in.
And the danger with a pack like this, you can see that little gap there, 4 runners going clear. If you're just following the heels in front and not looking up, if you're at the back of that pack, all of a sudden you can find yourself at the back of the second pack and not on the leading peloton. So you got to keep your wits about you, like you say, Holly, and use these moments to just scan back, see where you are.
Yeah, so that's Duke Cutts coming up alongside the Sterling brother. He won Auckland Champs under 18, so that's quite a hard race to go out and win. So he'll be looking to replicate that again here today.
So it's all 3s and 4s as we come round this bend. This is the second to last bend before they hit the bell lap. And you can see some of the athletes just using the tape there to help with a bit of traction, because later in the day, the problem with these athletes, you can see that Cantabrian athlete just running wide to get some clean grass, because it's so churned up by the thousands of footprints throughout the day. Getting a little bit of extra traction by finding some green grass is a good idea. Look at this corner here. You can see the inside of that really churned up. So that athlete just running on the outside of those tracks, a sensible choice, maintaining a little bit more traction around that bend.
Don't know if the golfers are going to be that happy after this weekend, are they, Hayden?
Yeah, the runners are definitely not replacing their divots today. But thank you to the Christchurch City Council for allowing this event to happen 2 years in a row. We really do appreciate it. Now, we had a pack of 14 about 1,500 metres ago. Now it's 4, and that's because Max Sterling has been on the front just pressing and pressing and pressing. Duke Cutts just in behind him. And then we've got number 102, which is Leo De Monchi. And I didn't catch the fourth.
Alex Macbeth as well of Wellington, So all 4 of those guys vying for that top spot.
Really, the cream is rising to the top here.
Yeah, just putting the pressure on there.
Yeah, so this is 2K to go. You can hear the bell ringing out in the background. And look at these 4. So 4 getting away from that chasing pack of 5. And then we know that there's another pack of 4 or 5 behind them. And then it's single file here. These guys are in the pain cave with 2K to go. 2/3 of the way through the race. There is very few things in life that don't involve illness as painful as 2/3 deep into a cross-country event. Maybe an 800, your specialty, Holly Manning.
800's hurt, but
back straight to the
my God.
800.
Yeah, it's a different kind of pain to this though, because you know that you're about to be finished soon, so you just got to push through that lactic. Whereas this kind of racing is all like breathing, and you know your legs just hurt so bad, and you've still got like 5k to go.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I feel like 800 is hand on a stove pain.
Yeah.
This is like in an incredibly hot sauna for 2 hours pain.
Yeah, it definitely takes a different kind of mental strength to come out on top. But these guys, they've done it before in various things, whether it's National Secondary School cross country or Auckland champs. So they will be really looking to replicate what they've done before in previous winning races.
So Max Sterling doing a sterling job pacemaking. Sorry, Max. Sorry to the Sterlings. I bet you get that all the time.
Yeah. We needed a good dad joke.
Oh,
we hadn't
yes.
had one yet, so appreciate it. Yeah, really, these four guys have spread themselves quite far away now from 5th, 6th, 7th, and then it's almost like packs of 3. There's a few.
The trouble is that we've only got 3 medals and we've got 4 athletes at the front, and that's where we saw Leo Dimonci just slipping off the back there. That's the place you least want to be in that pack of 4. Do all that work at the front of the race and then find yourself in 4th position. We've seen it in races earlier in the day. The under-20s men comes to mind with the Australian athlete pushing the pace early and then finishing in 4th place. But look at this from Max Sterling. Just continues to press and press and press. And the other two, Duke Cutts and Alex Macbeth, are they thinking, I've got some wheels, I trust my kick? Or are they thinking, boy, I've got to go. I don't want this to be a roll of the dice over this last 300 or 400 metres.
Yeah, I mean, all of these guys are pretty strong over both cross-country and track, so I wouldn't call out any of them to be any particular speedsters or someone who should take it out. So they'll probably be just thinking, I need to hold on to these guys and then make a move as soon as I can, as soon as I'm feeling able.
So it's about 600 metres left to run. Leo Dimonci is giving them about 10 metres at this stage. A little bit of a freedom to run his own race here. Max Sterling's at the front, and Duke Cutts is just at the back of that 3, and in between them Alex Macbeth out of Wellington. So that's the picture. It's going to come down to who's got the last finishing kick. We've whittled this field down. Remember, it was all together in the first kilometre, and then we had a pack of 14, then that got turned into 10, and then into 4, and then we've dropped 1 just off the back. We've got 3 coming in with 2 corners left to run. Max Sterling looking great. He's making these boys hurt.
He really is. He's got very good form. You know, he's not wasting an ounce of energy there. Head down, really good knee drive, which those are the really important things when it comes down to this last 500 metres.
Alex Macbeth rock and rolling a little bit, but I sense there's a bit of a killer instinct there from Alex, and he's thinking, I have a finishing kick here, but how hard is Max going to push me before I can use that finishing kick? That's the question. 400 metres left to run. This is going to be such a finish here, ladies and gentlemen. Duke Cutts looks like he might be battling for 3rd with Leo Dimonci. We'll see what Leo can do over this final few hundred metres. But the battle for 1st, the battle for the national title, it's all on. Max Sterling versus Alex Macbeth.
Yeah, this is great. They've only got a couple hundred metres to go, so they're really going to want to just put their head up, look towards that long finishing straight and just go, which you can see Max is doing that right now. Alex is trying to hold on.
So here he goes, Max Sterling. He's led for so much of this race. He turns on the gas now. He's up to 5th gear. Has Alex Macbeth got an answer? The drone's right over their heads. Alex Macbeth, here he comes. Max Sterling, can he hold on? Looks over his shoulder.
Wow.
Here comes Alex Macbeth. 200 metres, 100 metres left to run. Alex Macbeth into the finishing chute. Has Max Sterling given it to him? Alex Macbeth with the finishing kick. We thought maybe he had that killer instinct to take it to the line. A couple of looks over the shoulder. Another one. He's got it though. The national title goes to Alex Macbeth out of Wellington. Max Sterling for second.
Wow, that was exceptional. He really did answer that, didn't he? That was incredible. He fought, and it actually paid off. He came through for the win. That's Alex Macbeth of Wellington.
Amazing. Wow, what a run. Now, is it Leo Demonchi who got up ahead of Duke Cuts?
Pull up the live results now. Yeah, Leo Demonchi in 3rd place from Canterbury and Duke Cuts of Auckland in 4th. So Leo did really well to stay on it and come back from dropping off that pack of 4 there.
What a race that turned out to be.
That was
Absolutely
exciting.
Amazing. So changes, big battle for 1st and 2nd. And then massive battle for 3rd and 4th with Leo Demonchi just absolutely pulling himself back into that race. I thought it was gone, and he was settling for 4th, but he saw 3rd place coming back to him. Duke Cuts, and looked like Duke Cuts may be suffering from a bit of the stitch, just holding his side there.
Yeah, it looked tough out there.
It shows you never give up, even if you see the race getting away from you. Never give up.
Just hold on. We had Jack Sterling, so that's Max, who was in 2nd, his twin brother. And then in 6th place is Oliver Costley of Tasman. In 7th place, Kona Kelly of Auckland. Then we had Luke Anglin of Canterbury in 8th place. And then 9th place was Finlay Robinson of Wellington. And 10th place, Tasman Reid of Waikato Bay of Plenty to round out your top 10 here in the under-18 men's 6,000 metres. That top 10 time was 19:57, and the winner was Alex Macbeth in 19:23. So really only about 30 seconds between 1st and 10th place. So that's really exciting to show the depth that we have here in our under-18 men's.
Yeah, so amazing. So impressed by those junior athletes. And just totally different races. The men's and the women's races have played out so differently. The men's a bit more cagey, a bit more tactical, big sprint finishes. The women's just absolutely
going
from the gun, owning it.
Yeah.
Incredible. Now I'm trying to find out our notes. When does the live stream finish? Are you aware of that? I just want to give a heads up to everyone.
Yeah, I believe we're finishing soon. We were ending with the under-18s.
Yeah, cool.
So yeah, it's been great having you join us.
Yeah, thanks so much, everyone, for tuning in. It's been a fantastic day. I wonder if we'll try to get the winner of that race in for an interview. But highlights for you, Holly, from the day so far? I know we've still got a little bit more to come.
Yeah, I'm going to have to call Ronan Lee winning the senior men's. I just loved that, how locked in. You know, I have seen him training up in Auckland and had a little chat to him last weekend at our long run, and he was so locked in and he really backed himself, and I think, it's pretty brave to do that. So I loved that, and honestly that race that we just watched, that was super exciting.
So
like everyone just not giving up, I think, and having fun. Like we did see a few smiles throughout the day, and like we said, that's the most important thing. What about you? What did you like from today?
Yeah, I mean, I'd probably go the other way, the front running from Eva Pringle, so inspiring. And I think watching those junior races, really awesome to see these athletes get an experience of a variety of different race tactics. And so those boys, you know, having that experience, even for young Max Sterling missing out on that national title just at the end, that's going to keep him hungry for so long.
Yeah.
And when he gets into his college career, if he chooses to do that when he leaves high school, having that experience of of being just out sprinted at the end to a national title will come in so handy.
Yep.
And when he's training his strides at the end of a hard session, practicing for that finishing sprint, that'll keep him hungry. So, yeah, really cool to see this event just serve a great purpose for our young athletes, giving them amazing experience.
Yeah, and there's so much to look forward to for the rest of the year. Obviously, we're nearing the end of cross-country season, but we're fast approaching road season. We've got road relays. And we've got road relays, road champs, and then jumping into track. We're just looking for a mic for our interview, so hopefully we can find one.
Hopefully we can track one down.
Oscar can interview our winner, Max Sterling.
If you're watching this and you have our mic, please return it. No, so it's been awesome having everyone's company. We will try and get that interview before we sign off for the day. But what a day. Christchurch has absolutely turned on the weather. It was grim to begin with, but it really set the scene for a true day of cross-country. I think if it was dry and perfect, we'd feel a little bit like we just watched a glorified road race rather than a cross-country race.
It made it exciting. We always love a bit of drama, as long as no one gets hurt.
We saw slipping and sliding. We saw falls. We saw lots of face plants at the finish line, which is, I've done a few of those in my time. Always make for some great Instagram content, if nothing else. It's been absolutely awesome. Next up on the winter calendar is the road champs. They're going to be in Taranaki on the waterfront there.
Oh, cool.
So if you're looking for another weekend away, everyone, make sure you sign up to those road champs. They're going to be on the coastline there in Taranaki, so book a weekend up there. You can pop up the mountain to take the kids up to see the snow. Lots of great restaurants and cafes in Taranaki to enjoy, and some of the best urban trail running. I want to say it's the best urban trail running you can do within New Plymouth. You don't need to leave New Plymouth. You've got Pukekura Park, Te Hanui, so bring your running shoes, plan a nice big Sunday run after your race on the Saturday at the Road Champs. So
Taranaki's beautiful.
I like it. And
You're biased.
Then, of course, the road relay and fielding this year. So plenty more to come. And I think we've still got a couple more days of the Glasgow Commonwealth Games.
Yep, we do,
So that's going to be exciting.
Yeah, lots more sporting action to look forward to.
Absolutely. I can't keep up with it all.
I know.
I feel like I'm going to have to just go back like weeks in the past and try to find replays.
But when it's all over, I think once we get past under 20 champs, and I don't know what I'm going to be doing with my time, because I just feel like I've been watching TV constantly. So we are going to the interview now with our winner.
We found the mic. That's good news. Now we need to just find the interviewer. Thanks, man. And the winner. So we'll get to that very, very soon. And Holly Manning, yourself, your training's going well?
Yeah, training's going really well, actually. Yeah, I maybe would have raced today, but I got the call up for the commentary. So, I couldn't say no to that. I loved commentating last year. So I'll be doing the relay tonight, and then I'm actually going to do a half marathon in Mount Maunganui. So I'm excited for that. I think.
Are you still focusing on the 800?
I'm not sure. Don't know. We'll see.
See how the half marathon goes. All right. Now I think we have the winner of the previous race with Oscar Baines.
Hey team, I'm down here with Alex Macbeth, the winner of the Athletics New Zealand Cross Country Championships for 2026, brought to you by China Southern Airlines. Alex, how did you find it out there today?
I mean, it was a muddy course by the end of the afternoon, but it was really fun. Good day for it, great weather, no wind, so just a good old classic kickdown, and it was a good race.
And it was a 6K race, so talk us through some of the tactics, knowing what the course was like and the weather was like last night.
It was similar to last year, where that final straight is really, really long. And last year I made the mistake of kicking too early, so this year I decided just to sit back, relax, let everyone else do the work, and then when I felt right, I would just bring it home.
And you definitely did that, putting a lot of distance between you and first and second place. What's next for you?
I'm going off to the Australian Championships around August 20th with the Schools New Zealand team, so that should be great.
Congratulations, bro. We look forward to following your journey along in the sport, and hopefully we see you here as a senior man.
Thank you so much.
All right, so Alex Macbeth talking about his win in the under-18s, and that concludes the coverage here at the 2026 China Southern Airlines New Zealand Cross Country Champs. It's been absolute great scenes here in Christchurch, and we really appreciate Christchurch for having us for another year. Holly Manning, any final thoughts before we wrap up?
Oh, it was just another great day of cross country. We are very lucky to have such a great stream. Thank you so much, Hayden, for your excellent commentary. Thank you to all of our sponsors again, in particular China Southern Airlines, for helping us put on the stream, and just a fantastic event today. So yeah, thanks all for tuning in as well.
Yeah, thanks everyone, and we will see you again soon. Be sure to book your tickets to Taranaki for the road champs, and I hope to see you there. But for us, for now, matsewa.